Okay. Hopefully this stream will be more productive than the last. Though we did get a lot done last time. If we just quickly rerun the game, I'll show you where we're up to in the end of last episode or last stream, so if you don't have to watch again. So procedurally generated map with height differences. So the green tiles are faster to travel on, the red tiles are slower, the brown tiles are impossible to pass. Anywhere I click, it'll pathfind to using the A-star pathfinding, and the light blue tiles here are like where it's explored. So I've given it a strong priority to move in the right direction. This does mean that it can find a slightly slower path if, like for example, if I pick this far side, it may end up going like the long way around because technically speaking, the first cell is slightly closer. So when it explores, like it'll think this is the best route, even though this other route, because it's the same length but not necessarily closer the whole time, it ends up exploring a slower route first. But that's mostly to do with the fact that I have like a big spread, or like a not big spread. Like originally I had like a 100-point difference, something between the yellow tiles and the white tiles, which meant that it was really slow to travel on the yellow. So it would explore like almost everywhere before even trying to go in the yellow. And then if you move the spread too close together, there's no incentive to move away. So there's like a 3 times priority to moving in the right direction versus moving into a faster direction, like for exploration reasons. As you can see, it gets kind of slow when you click somewhere that it can't get to because it has to explore every single cell. It's even worse when I think you can get to the cell or something, or no, not get to it, when it's really far maybe. Yeah, so because it's exploring everywhere, and obviously there's I think it rechecks if somewhere loops back to somewhere. So what's ending up happening there is that it's exploring every single cell, and then because there's such a distance from here, it's checking like every cell that loops back on itself. So that's not the best approach to it, but you know, it works. Another thing that I did change, though it didn't work how I was hoping it would, is that I prioritized checking up, left, down, right, then checking the diagonals. So in theory, these should always like be faster because a diagonal in the right direction is always quicker than a straight line, and then a straight line. What I was trying to avoid is if you like get it to hug a wall, it has a tendency to like step into grooves. Like, gotta find somewhere where it's gonna do it, because maybe over here. No. Oh, this is kind of it. I don't know why it's trying to hug down here when in theory this way should be just as quick. I was probably stepping out and stepping back in. Somewhere it'll do it. That or it did change it and I just didn't notice. I've definitely seen it do it since I need the change, but it doesn't mean it updated the change. There we go. So as you can see, they go around the corner, in, and then in again, and then back out instead of just across here, because technically this tile is closer than that tile. What I could do is give a penalty to diagonal movement cost. At the moment, it's the same cost to go diagonal as it is to go straight. So that would make this route faster. But we haven't quite done that yet. So just posting on the Discord that I'm live. I'm just going to jump into the lounge on Discord. All right. So today I want to try and turn it from like a cell into a single mesh, because I think that'll be much nicer like to look at for one thing, but also it'll allow for like slight height variation to determine certain things, and we'll be able to build like paths into it that'll be faster to travel on, because at the moment procedural generation means it's really hard to tell if it's actually faster, like if the pathfinding is working. You can see here it zipped around that way, but in theory it could have also just done this. But like there's no obvious time where it takes a faster route, because the greens are just sort of randomly placed. There's no like road that runs really far, so it's like faster to go to the road and down and back off the road. Instead it ends up like looking like it's just taking sort of a straight line. We should definitely add that the diagonals are slower, because you see like it just randomly takes the diagonal here, probably because it's avoiding going onto the yellow. So how to make the diagonal slow? We're going to add an extra cost to moving diagonally. The other thing is we need to make sure we update our pathfinding code that doesn't debug, so that when we swap back to using the non-debug version, it still works. Okay, so how to make diagonals more costly? What we could do is give each neighbor a cost multiplier. So if I just did that, do that, and do that, and then get a comma, and we just want to be like 1 for all of these. And I think it's 1.44 for these. Was it 4? No, it's 4.1, isn't it? That used to. 4.1, 4.1, 4.1. Okay, so we will then use this down somewhere else to multiply the cost by that, so that it is more expensive to move diagonally. So current path checked from. So current is equal. So it's n here. I think n is actually supposed to be n and cost. Like so. I don't know why it's broken checked. First off, we need to update your type as well. And then an F. Okay, so expected. So at some point I'm pushing something onto it. Down here we say cost 0, n cost 0, and cost. So somewhere passing something in. Cost. Oh. We're obviously declaring cost somewhere else there. Okay. So let's rename you to C cost. And then you are C cost. Okay. We could then divide by this cost. Right, and then we say we make these all 2 now instead, but leave those as 1.4. That should mean that it's more costly to travel to non-straight. So if you move in a straight line, just bring the game back up. Oh, we gotta make it work first. So I don't know what your fucking problem is. Checked. You're saying that this is unknown because at some point we insert current. Why is that? Okay. From is hash map. Yeah. I don't know what your fucking problem is. Oh, because checked. Right. Because you don't return this. This is the difference between the path one and the not path one. Okay. There. Then we're going to, funnily enough, copy this back down here. Fix the broken code down here. Fix that. Say that we need to bring check back in. Is that annoying thing about duplicated code, but I don't know how to make it. I guess the way to do that would be to run check and then run the debug version and then run the non-debug version, but then it's just doing extra compute for debug purposes even in release builds, which I don't want to do, so I'm just duplicating the code at the moment. Yeah, not the best approach, but we'll do. So this should prioritize moving in straight lines rather than diagonals. but hopefully not so much so that it's better to run a straight line than to do a diagonal. So it still does do diagonals in that, but it shouldn't try and do diagonals unless they're actually better. Which seems to be the case. I haven't seen it. There's a terrible map to test it though. We need maps that have like little nooks and crannies, otherwise it doesn't run into them. Okay. So, are you going to try and run into any nooks? No? See, it does step out. That's somewhat good. Let's try around here. That looks right, because it's actually going out and around the slower stuff, so it's faster to go around, so it actually goes out and around. It's like, yep, looks like it's working. So, I guess we're on to mesh generation now. Look at it go, that's so good. Oh, it's still very slow when I can't find a path. Yeah, see, it's not trying to like skip in here because it's closer, which means because it's fast, faster to travel straight than to go down and up. It means it does that. Okay, well that fixes that code. That's good. Good. All right. Mesh generation. Okay, so we'll make a new module. We'll call it terrain. Mod terrain. Like so. I don't think that's spelled correctly, but anyway. So I think first we're going to go struct. Today we're working on like a Runescape style movement system, so it's going to be a like a triangle mesh terrain rather than a voxel terrain. So when we generate it, we'll generate a height map and we'll set the height of each index in the mesh to being the corresponding height map height to get like the triangle meshes, like the stereotypical like just polar noise map that you see like tutorials on YouTube for. Like capital T terrain. Okay, and a terrain is going to hold a so we need a const map size, which is a U size, and equals, I think I'm doing 100. So then you are F32 terrain map size times map size. Import new input terrain. Yep. New. And then seed, which is just going to be a 32, I think, and then you will return a terrain. And then we go back over to our main and go, when we generate the map, we spawn map. We need this code here. Except this is obviously going to be different, but yeah. You just want the noise function. So from negative, so you need to be I32. Yeah. I think that's just to work. Negative map size divided by 2 to map size divided by 2. You're the same. Okay, so from 2 map sizes, height is get x z by a small constant. And then we don't need the color. We don't really need anything, so we just need a height. Okay. And then we need to say that data is going to be an array of 0. Maybe we should just use a vector. That would probably be smarter. Anyway, map size times map size. Right. So then we want to go data, and so we want it to be x plus map size. What? Let's say const. We're using this all the time. Const. Const half map, which is an I32 I size, and equal map size divided by 2. Right, so half map, half map, half map. Copy that. Paste. Paste. Okay. So we have x plus half map, so that the negative becomes a normal number, and the normal goes to full, plus z plus half map times by map size, and then that equals height. That should populate our entire thing, and then we go down here and say terrain, and we say data. Except when you say the noise is, well, first off we pass in seed, and we say noise as f2 height. Okay, cool. I don't know why data seems to think it's an F sequence of F64s when we assign. Okay, that's weird. So when we say spawn map, what we'll do, just for now, we'll just leave everything else the same, and then we're going to say commands.spawn I think we want a spatial. This is going to be weird because I got to learn things again, because let me guess, spatial bundled is going to be deprecated, isn't it? Yep. It says use of deprecated struct, use transform and visibility components instead. Yeah, okay. They really have just got rid of all of them. So transform default and visibility default. Okay, so hello, Benjamin. Welcome to the stream. So, we're going to spawn that. We're also going to give it terrain, no, with a seed of 0, just so that we get the same mesh every time. We need to make you, okay, apparently, const map volume, and this is a U size. It is equal to map size times map size as U size, like so. So, and then we say you're just map volume. Map volume. You're also map volume. Okay. Yay, 10,000. Okay. We can't use float. Can we indexed eyesight? All right. As U size? as U size. All right. So height. Yep. Noise. Apparently noise is usable. Okay. So we generate our terrain. Then we're going to go pub to make mesh, which is going to take in self, and it will return a mesh. All right, and we're going to let mute mesh equals mesh. We need to use Bevy, don't we? Preload. Bevy preload. New. Render asset usage. Say all, so we can modify it later. Because that would mean that when we add, like if we add any mesh generation tweaking like a tool, we can just update the meshes rather than generating an entirely new mesh, because that'd be slow. And then we want to return mesh. Down here, mesh. Right. So primitive. So we want line list, line stripe, point list, triangle list. I think we want a triangle list, because then we don't have to worry about trying to make it wrap around and knowing exactly everything. Okay. So the number of triangles with 100 points is going to be I think that means there's 99 triangles by 99 triangles. So we go for so it would be Z in 0 dot mesh. Is this mesh size? Is it no -1? Because that would return 100 results. So then x in 0 dot map size -1. Do that as well, and so 4. So we go through, iterate through all of our lists, and then we go. We need to say like new point equals this is gonna be a vector, like so, and then let mute no, not vectors, indices also just equals a vector. This one we could probably do something like 0 dot map size dot map, right, 0 dot map size x, what, you know, z, nope, so z dot map right, and then you'd be x. Then we go here, and then we just say you return this, and it's x. So the x is equal to x minus half map as f32. The y is equal to 0. Right, we're supposed to be setting the point, so technically we need to look up the y. So yeah, probably do this inside the actual thing then. I was gonna make it just make all the vertexes So maybe we'll go like that. So I'll go if x or z equals 0, continue. Alright, so above this line is where we add the vertex, and then below this line is where we set up the triangles. So that 0, 0 doesn't. If x equals 0 or z equals 0, continue. Right. Okay, maybe map size. I'm just trying to think out it. Not map volume, map size. How to get it to do what I want to do. So do that, and then so we need to say points dot push, and then we'll get the height first. That's height equals self dot 0 at index is equal, and then we need whatever we set this. So grab this like this. Right. So we go height equals self dot index, and then we push x. Well, we're going from 0, so it's actually subtract half. Subtract half. No, I guess it would just be x, wouldn't it? And then, yeah, because that one starts from 0. Confusing myself by doing fancy stuff. So this one is x minus half map as f32. Alright, like this. Then this is height, and then this is z minus half map as f32. So that should set all the heights correct. And then we say indices. So indices is going to be indices dot extend from slice, and then we give it a reference, and we're going to say it's index. All right, and then it's index plus 1 index index plus map size. Right, so it's 1 to the right and then 1 down, which should be plus. All right, and then we need the next triangle to be index plus 1 index plus map size plus 1. We already counted all this, so from index plus 1 to index plus map size to index plus map size plus 1. Right. Is that going the right way though? Index plus 1. So I think it's actually index plus map size, and then index plus 1. I think that's the wrapping order. Then index is a U size. As U size. As U size. And as U size. Right. So that should fill out indexes with the right things, except I need these to all be I32s, don't I? As U size. As he says. And this needs to then be an U32, I think is what Bevy uses. So then we say U32, U32, U32. Then we go down here and we say mesh dot insert indices. What? Help kill. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Do love the username though. Hello from the Gold Coast. Yes, I am in Western Australia, so you guys are like what 3 hours ahead now or something? Daylight savings time. It's very confusing. Daylight savings time is just a horrible thing. Anyway, so indices, and then we insert indices and we insert indices. So we need to go indices. We need a U32 indices like so. Like so. Okay, so we insert indices and then we say mesh dot insert attribute mesh positions. Then we say points. I think. Oh god, why are you up at 3 a.m.? Oh no. It's fucking 3 a.m. is too late to be up watching this crap. I mean, admittedly, I would program at 3 a.m. if I was up at that time, but I alas have to work normal hours, so I can't fuck my sleep schedule to what it wants to be, which is like extreme night owl. So we need to make sure that terrain is also a component. Derive component. Alright, so we make your mesh, and then we're going to add a function. Set terrain. So add terrain underscore mesh. And then we go something like you need access to the asset server. Asset. No, not assets. Asset server. So we've got access to the asset server. Then we need access to the terrain. So we need terrains query terrain added terrain. All right, and then we say something like for terrain in terrains, and then we say oh, okay, we need this as well. Entity, and we need commands. Mute commands. I guess we should make this. Yeah. Trying to think how to do this so that like when we edit one, it's different to adding one, but it's also like overly complex. So say added terrain, right? Let me say command. Let me say we could wrap this and say without mesh 3D. There we go. So if it's already got a mesh, like if you for some reason give it a mesh, it won't run this code. And then we say commands dot entity dot insert mesh 3D asset server dot add, and then we say terrain dot make mesh. That should call that done, and then very complex type. Okay. Can I say Clippy? What the fuck? How do I make you ignore? On by default. Clippy. I don't know how to make Clippy ignore. Can I say like don't? No, Clippy. Don't warn? How do I get it to fuck off? Alright. Whatever, we'll just have to deal with Clippy being a pain in the ass. So we go back to our main game and we go this update. So we say terrain, add terrain mesh. Like so. And then we go, we are spawning in a terrain, and then we lint Clippy. In cargo.toml. Yeah. So in here, lint.clippy. I'm assuming that's what you mean, and then I need to say like ignore. Nope. It doesn't have any map, so I don't know what to put there. Allow complex tuples. Type complexity equals allow. Okay, cool. That. Okay. Doesn't like that, but is it because it's lint, isn't it? Lint's Clippy. Did I spell that right? L-I-N-T-S. Okay. Let's copy this like this. Yes. Okay. Unknown token. Now it's got even more angry at me. That's fun. Unexpected token. I actually have no idea why that's happening. That's weird. I copy pasted it from the chat and it decided that that was the wrong square bracket. Yeah, it's probably just that it's not finding the token in the, like, whatever's analyzing the TOML. Rust Analyzer is having a problem because... Is it going to give me a solution, though? Invalid key. Could be because I copied it. Oh, that's such an X. Okay, so something about copying it from the chat broke it because retyping it worked. So there's something invisible in the chat, or like it's using non-ASCII versions of the letters. And so when I paste them into the text editor, they look like the ASCII version, but they're not. There's lots of letters. Like I watched a whole thing on like URLs, how they banned a whole bunch of URLs because it was like you could make really easy phishing attacks because it's like if you typed this A, it looked identical to the normal A, but technically was a different letter, which meant that if you were looking at the link, it would say apple.com, but in fact was actually linking to someone else's site. So they banned all like non-ASCII characters or something from URLs. Yeah, something like that. Because like someone didn't think that through. Yeah, it was like all the accent keys worked and stuff like that. Nope, invalid. Something went wrong. Panic. The length is 1000, but the index is 1000. Okay, when am I doing? Not you. So at some point, we have apparently set an index to 1000, which it's got to be here when we're making this. One of these. Somehow we end up with the index of 1000. So X Set it for X or Z equals map size. Okay, must be map size -1. There you go. Because it will never get to map size. We iterate through an array. Yeah, there you go. Now, the question is, where is it? My guess is it's invisible. Or only visible from below. We should probably stop generating the normal map. Why does my brain keep wanting to move sideways? Something feels really wrong with going up and down. My brain keeps wanting to move me sideways. I think it's because I keep trying to fly down like I'm used to it being like a flying. So I keep... No, it's the fact that when you go up... That's what's wrong with it. I only just noticed, and my brain has been compensating for the fact that when I go up and down, I move on a fucking diagonal. What the hell? What the fuck is causing that? We're just adding delta y, right? Forward times delta z, right times delta x, plus delta y. What the fuck? I don't get it. I don't get why adding a value of y makes me not move in a straight line. We set that forward and x is the... What the fuck? It kind of implies that I'm sideways. But it's always the same direction. Like, it's not like it's relative to how I'm moving. So the only thing I can think is that this thing isn't square. Like it's on like a lean, and I actually am moving on a perfectly straight plane. But that doesn't make sense because I'm pretty sure these are just x wide. But that's so fucking bizarre. Anyway. Am I normalizing it? Am I doing anything? No, just next, which is forward times delta z plus right times delta z plus y. X, z, and y. Times by a constant, times... Oh, not a constant, but times by a float, times by a float should not change these fucking variables. Weird. In VS Code, the settings that change. I have to do like... I remember how to get that, but you do like folder, and you go dot... Oh, no, it's in VS Code, you said. So, how do I... So, new file, settings, dot JSON. And then we'll, edit it up. Okay, right, so copy this. I think it's like this then. This. Okay, so highlight hidden, and then we're going to go back to our TOML and we'll just copy paste something from chat. Yeah, but that's for the right, not... I'm going to copy this and just see what it does. Interesting. It's not doing it now. Oh, there we go. So, all right. So apparently that didn't... Did I put the settings in the wrong place? Where is it? No, it's F6 maybe? F1? Unicode setting. Oops. We'll just put it in here. Expected a comma. I can do that. Alright. I just think this is in the wrong spot. Still not doing anything. Anyway, we'll comment it out. We'll leave it for later. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I saw the yellow box. I just didn't realize that that's what that was saying, because I thought that was implying that that's where the error was. But I guess, yeah, the little yellow box is saying that there's something hidden there. Anyway, right, okay, yeah, that makes somewhat sense. The thing with that is I didn't pick up on it because there was an error being thrown. If it had just been a yellow box, it would have gone, there's something there. But like the fact that it was throwing an error, I was like, yeah, that must just be what it's showing me where the error is. It makes less sense when it's like it's a yellow box, not a red box. But yeah, anyway, if I go back to my Flickr, the normalize here is forward.normalize and then the right.normalize. So I don't actually use them again. I set the delta, which is the actual movement value. So we get cameras.forward and we set forward on the camera and right on the camera. And we have to set that to 0. Otherwise, when you're looking up, you'll move up. So instead I set it to 0 so that your movement in the plane is fixed to that plane. And then we normalize it so that you don't move slower because you're looking up. So like, nowhere, I don't call normalize on this delta. Delta never gets normalized. So that's why I'm going, it's odd. It's almost like the whole world is tilted. And so I'm actually moving up and down, but the world is offset. But that wouldn't make sense because I'm pretty sure I just iterate through and set everything on the plane. Like everything's XY position is just on X and Z. So the tiles would be tilted if that was the case. Because they don't get any rotation. It's weird. It's really weird. I'm pretty sure the fly camera is not like a child of anything either. Camera with, like, I'm pretty sure we're just grabbing the camera and moving it. It's not like it's a child that's been turned. Guess we have to look when we spawn the camera. That's it. There it is. That's what's wrong, I reckon. Is if we just said transform default. I reckon what's happening is I'm tilting the camera when it spawns in, and no, up, still diagonal. Don't zero. Okay, yeah, good point. I don't zero out the sideways motion. No, but I'm just copying the delta Y. Oh, wait, no, we're just adding the delta Y to delta X. So we're just multiplying the right. So we're actually moving right. That's what's wrong, is that we just need to plus delta, which in this case is, it needs to be vec3y times by delta dot y. That's what's wrong, is we were just adding, we were multiplying right and then just adding the left, which Rust should have complained, because I don't think you can just add the value, which means some reason it was doing the addition before the multiplication, and it was just moving us to the right. No, what the delta starts at 0. Like there's nothing set. If you're not pressing any keys, you don't move anywhere. See? So what was happening, from my understanding, is that Rust was determining that you physically cannot add a float 32 to a vec3. You can't just add them together. You have to multiply them. It's the only valid input. So it instead decided what I wanted to do was add X and Y and multiply that by right, which means that I was moving to the right and up. Nope. Okay, that makes fucking... No, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get why I was moving to the right and up, because neither of those should have had a y component. So somehow it was gaining the delta's y component. We've been multiplying forward, we're multiplying right, we were adding y. And somehow it knew to add it to the right thing, but not the... Oh, possibly maybe it was adding... So the result of this, it was then adding y to all three. All right, I'll put the snip, this, you want this. Because, so I guess what it was doing is it was adding one to, or the y component to all three elements, which is confusing. Because it's intended, but it's not the most obvious thing. I'll put it in my Discord. Are you in my Discord, or do you want me to put it in the Bevy Discord? Yeah. What is that? Yeah, I'll put it in mine for now. Oh. Yeah, I see you typing. Okay, cool. So and then I'll copy the same thing again, but I'll change it to the broken version. Yep, there we go. And then I'll just add you. Okay, cool. Right. Alright. I really need to learn people's names in Discord, because I literally just like... yeah, actually, a good point. Unclear order of operation. The only thing I have with lints like that is it can be really annoying if this is what you intended to do, was to like be like, I want you to do this and then add this, but it is annoying that you can add a float to a vec3 and it goes, oh yeah, we'll just add it to all three elements, because it makes sense when you say it that way. It doesn't make sense when you write the code to do that. It makes much more sense to me to add a vec3 one times something rather than adding a vec3, adding just that value to the vec3 and expecting it to add to all three elements. That is confusing. But again, it's one of those, I might just be stupid. But yeah, if you can make it be like unclear order, that's a good way of saying to people. Yeah. So, because I don't know how linters, like how to write linters, so I wouldn't know what level of specificity you can have. But if you can get it to be like, hey, these could be inverted and have a completely different result, that would be, yeah. If it was intentional, would definitely have parentheses. Yeah, it's just the fact that it is in fact a valid operation. I didn't realize that adding a F32 to a IVEC would do that. But again, makes perfect sense now that I know how it works. But it is like a pitfall that you can fall into. Yeah. So, yeah, that explains why my brain was constantly trying to correct my flight. Anyway, I still don't understand why the terrain's not working. So, unless somehow we're definitely generating the terrain. So x minus half I height. We don't need this anymore. So the annoying thing is I can't see the mesh to debug it. Now, one possibility is that it's just really small. Unlikely, but possible. So what we'll do is we'll just get you to return. So, because it was definitely trying to render the mesh as well because it crashed. Like, so I know the mesh exists because it crashed. All right. Not seeing anything. The Y value should be near 0, so the map should basically be flat. Could be that the triangles are in the wrong order, but then it should just be visible from below. Probably. Oh, it might be because it's not getting a material. Do you require a standard material? No. So that's an interesting thing about removing bundles, because that means that standard material, mesh material 3D. It implies like a sorry, I'm missing your message, so I've been focusing. Yeah, there was a crate called Bevy Flycam that I have a branch of that I've been maintaining, but it's that annoying thing that someone sniped it, they made it for like one version and then they don't update it ever, so it's that a pain in the ass thing of like you have to use someone's GitHub repo because the main one. But yeah, I would call it like Bevy debug camera or something, and if you add like a bunch of functionality to it and then talk to I think it's Hohenheim that makes the Bevy editor, please, and get that as part of the Bevy editor, please. That'd be awesome. Who makes Bevy editor, please? I think it's Hohenheim. Yeah. So if you can get it as part of this, because they have a free camera as their editor, then all your functionality that you add will automatically get added to the editor, and it will become like a nice little feedback loop of improving the editor. Well, improving your camera improves the editor, which makes the editor more fun. That'd be cool. Yeah. So we need to go asset server, add standard material. Is it default? No, it's gonna be like base color white, and then default. Ooh, I've missed something. Too many parameters. No, it's I need to open that one and then close it here. There we go. There we go. Let me fix one. So hey, so it was just missing its material, which yay. All right. So next it needs to make its own texture, which was kind of the goal for the stream. So as you can see, there's little height variations. So texture time. And then we'll make a little editor for like changing the terrain, and we can build a little terrain map thing, and we'll be able to build like little RuneScape things. So we need to go in here. We need to get you to make a texture as well. Making a texture is the most daunting thing in Bevy because it makes no sense. Make texture, which just takes in self and returns an image. Right, so first off, we need to be like, don't think we make the image first. We go let data equals a vector. No, okay. And then we need to go down here. We need to say image new, and so we say size, so extend 3D, new, no, how do I make one of you? How? Okay, so I need to give you depth or array layers. I think the depth, I think it's just one. So I need to go like let size equals extend 3D new default size dot width is equal to map size, and size dot height equals map size, right? Like that. As U32s. U32. Right. So we got that, and then we say, and then we pass in size. So I don't know how to make that dimension. Okay. The fuck is the dimension? I think texture dimension. Okay, texture dimension. Okay, so it's a 2D texture. Data gets passed in as data. Format is texture format, I believe, or something. Texture format. And so we want our texture format to be sRGB. There are so many. R30. Red channel only. So no, we went RG. Okay, we need to import the texture format. Can we change this to with qualifying path? Okay, texture format, and then we need to be like texture format RGB uint 8 RGB 8 uint. I think that's what we want. No, not RGBA. We want RGB. Okay. No, is there any just RGB? RGB. Yeah, there's an RGB 10. GB. Why are they all RGBA? I don't want RGBA. Find RGBA uint. Okay. And then asset usage is asset. Render asset usage. Or like so. So we return our image. So I'm pretty sure this format is red, blue, green, and alpha channel, 8-bit integer per channel, unsigned in shader. Sint. Sint is the one signed in the shader. Okay. Okay, so we want anyway. Usually how I go about this is just to like make a folder and then make a picture in like GIMP and then export it and then copy the settings. But hopefully that should work. Field assigned outside. Wait, can I just make one of these then? Like this? Because it's all public? Right. Map size. And then a height. It's just height. Alright. It's map size. As 32. I forgot, when it's public, you can just literally assign stuff to it. Depth of array 1. Okay, hold on. So we say data new, and then we go for. Oh, I just copied the for loop of this. Let's go for that because I can't be bothered typing it all out again and making sure I get it right. Okay, and then for this, and then we say, okay, well, I guess you can just leave index and height, and then you say, okay, so Now the interesting thing's going to be, I think each point is going to get the sample color. So we want to take the height and we want to go I think, oh, okay. First, but yeah, okay. That's what I figured. Kind of cursed, is it? Yeah, that's what I figured it was doing, was just doing the splat. But yeah, it is confusing because of the fact that it. Again, I was doing it the wrong way. I was just adding a float, but the fact that it wasn't throwing an error, if you can get it to detect that you're doing two operations in a row that are not the same operation, that would be nice. But again, I figured it would be kind of difficult to detect because theoretically it is a correct implementation, which is just odd. Anyway, onto this we go. We're just going to say if height is greater than, oh, I guess, let's say let r equal, if height is greater than 0, 0, else height dot abs times I think it's times 5 times, well, I guess at that point you might as well just times it with, yeah, 256. All right, and then this needs to be clamped because it is possible for it to roll higher than that. So we clamp this between 0 and 255, and then we say as U8. This is pretty cursed way of doing that. Right, yeah, otherwise you return 0. Thank you. Okay, cool. And then we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to say if the height is less than... Actually, shouldn't it be the other way? If the height is... Oh, no, the height's less than 0. No, we're going to go the other way. Height's less than 0. You're red, and if the height's greater than... If the height is greater than 0, you're going to be G, and then... Actually, I think B. Red's slow. Okay, so G. So we went slow and fast. So if the height's greater, I think the greater heights are actually slower to move on, so we'll need to fix that. But same difference. And then we're going to say data dot extend with the value of, I think you take in just a whole iterator. Extend from slice. And you are going to be RG0 to 55. Alright. Okay, you don't need to be beautiful, so we'll make texture. And then we come down here and we say base color texture is sum asset server dot add texture terrain dot make texture. What do you mean? Oh, I hate that it does that. It puts a comma at the end of it because it's auto-corrected. It's kind of curse. Still laughing at that. That's great. All right. So now, in theory, it's going to be backwards because the faster to move on terrain will be red, and the slower to move on terrain will be green. But the hope is, oh no. The answer to that one is not fucking existent. What did you complain about? Material, bind group construction failed at bind group index. The provided image sampler uint does not match the required sampler float. Okay, fuck you. So we need to go to our image, and apparently it needs to be a float. RGBA fucking float. That's annoying. That also doesn't make sense because you can definitely use. We're gonna get a. Okay. That seems bad. RGB a 16 float, 32 float. Well, apparently does not match the required samplers float. Floatable true. Okay. F16. That's probably not the best way of doing it. Is there an F16? Is that just like an actual type? Oh my god, I've never used an it's unstable. Alright, we'll just make it F32 then. F32. Oh, actually I don't need to fucking cast it to F32. It'll be F32 by default. Dot and dot. And then we need to extend you as dot two big endian book 2 big endian bytes dot big endian bytes. I don't think that's how that works. I think we need to like do multiple data.extends. Depressingly. Okay, I think we need to do that. And then G, and then we can just whack in 0 by 8. Wait, nope, it can't be 0 by 8. So 0, 0. Well, in that case. Also, I think a value greater than that is going to be too big. Up. Anyway, so you would just be 0 by 8. No, by 4. And then do one more, and then this one is a reference to I think it's just 1 dot F32 dot 2 beginning bytes. Okay. So I think this one is just we do this and then we clamp between 0 and 1. Right? And that should work. So it complains that it can't sample it because it's not a float type. So we'll just convert it to a float type. And then we hope this works. Well, we did something. It's not sampling it right. So what we're going to need to do is somehow render the actual image that it's generating. Because for all I know. Oh wait, no, look at the we're not giving UVs to the fucking texture. So it generated a valid image, but the UVs aren't there, so that should work. Good. Next is to add the UVs, so we need to be like let UV is in the order to vec new, right? And then UVs, we get to do the fun part of being like UVs is just push, and then I think it's just X as F32. Want the first one to be 0. And the last one to be 1. So X divided by map size as F32 as F32. So your position is there, and then it's Z as F32 divided by map size as F32. No, like that. That should work. And then we need to be like here, and then we say attribute UV0. And then you should say that UV0 needs to be two floats between or UV is not floats. Yeah. So you're stating that you need to be two F32s between 0 and 1. Okay. And our color map should now work. No, look at it. You posted in the Discord the fucking import. So, well, technically it's a vec too, but import add F32 outside. Yeah. So right hand side. X add, Y add. Yep. That's as soon as I like worked out what it was doing, I was like, it's adding it to all three, and that's why I was moving up to the right and to the back. I just took me ages to fucking work out that's what it was doing. So kind of hideous. Kind of like really hideous, but why are you so grey? Are you grey because you're invisible? The fuck? Okay, I'm obviously feeding the alpha channel in wrong because yeah, it's not right. It's why? You just why? Okay. Okay. So I'm thinking what we should do is probably well, I'll put the position, the map to the specific top right corner sort of thing. So we'll basically hard code in. So we're gonna say if x equals, or we'll just do match case because it's much tighter of a. You match x and z. I'm gonna say 0, 0. Do this, and then everything else. Well, I guess, everything else is going to just follow this logic. Correct. Okay. So do that. Okay. So we need to say that pushing you, and then we're going to hard code in a nice little value of yours is 0, 0. All right, and then we copy this and we do it for x plus 1, and we say that you are actually 1, and then do it for the others. We say z plus 1 and 1, 1. Change these to 1. Alright, so that should, in theory, render in the corner like the actual texture, so I can look at it and see what I'm doing wrong. Because at the moment, we seem to be generating like all sorts of random crap. The question is which corner? Probably not that one. That corner. You can tell by the increased texture quality. So, we're also apparently only doing it for a single triangle, which is, well, kind of hilarious. What the hell is happening? Why are you not... Okay. So the map's generating correct. Well, actually, no. Because as you can see, like, it actually is rendering the map correctly. In the sense that the map is filled with swirls and circles and... like, that's actually what the texture looks like. Well, actually, technically, it's not what the texture looks like. That's what the sampler is sampling. So, maybe we should just render the texture as its own image. Okay. So, it's going to go up here and say, that texture, texture equals. That's very bizarre. The sampler is sampling it in a fucking weirdest way. Then we're gonna go commands. We don't need to regenerate texture. Just okay. Well, actually, technically, we can just go asset server add. Make the texture, add it in, and we say texture. So we need to spawn a UI image. Which has a, I guess, default everything, but a texture. No. So apparently in 0.15 they changed texture atlases, which is one of those amazing things where whenever I release a video they change it, but you know, it's like not the first time that's happened. Anyway, my bad for not checking to see if the new updates are actually going to change things. Image is texture.clone. I'm glad you're enjoying following along. It's one of those fun things to make too, because like it's giving me a reason to explore new stuff. Like the biggest difference between default and just doing default is you have to publicly include the default. So I'm declaring the whole thing and then default. What I could do is use default default. I can't spell. What the fuck? Why is my brain just having a fit of that? I could do that and then just write default, which is what I think Bevy does, is it exports default like that. Okay, I don't know how Bevy does it, but that's basically what they're doing. Is they're declaring a function default that is just the default. I'm explicitly calling it because if you don't include the prelude, it's something to do in the prelude that they make default work. If you don't directly include the prelude, yeah. If you don't include the prelude, default doesn't work. Like it's a yeah, so the Bevy prelude imports it implicitly. Somewhere. Yeah, I don't know how they did it, because I remember they posted about making it because it's like, oh, nobody wants default. But I actually prefer the explicit call of default everywhere, because it's like transform default, and I'm just saying like default. But that's just how Rust decided it was going to be done, was default, and Bevy decided that was too verbose, so they made it shorter. Like that's all it is that Bevy is going around the convention. But yeah, there's no implicit difference between the two. I just personally cosmetically think this looks better. Right, so we're spawning a UI image now. The question is, will the UI image be the right size? Who knows? Do you by any chance take a node? No. Why? How am I going to see it then? Very utils preload, is it? I just want to track it down so I can like see how they did it, because apparently Rust is yelling at me saying that it's not something you can implicitly do. So go into prelude, Bevy, utils. Util prelude. Yeah. Okay. So they publicly use default, and then default is okay. This is what it is. So they're calling this function default, which implements t, where t implements default, which then they just call default. It's literally just a shortcut that they've decided to implement because they didn't like the look of the way of doing it the worst way, which is also weird because technically I think that adds to compile time. Like we're talking milliseconds to compile time, but still, Rust compiles time long enough as it is. They don't need to be adding extra layers of generics, because generics really slow down compile time. Yeah, what was it? So somewhere I need to. So you don't at any point have a rect. So you need a node. Okay, so can we UI image size? Probably what we want. Does node have style in it? So glad that they've done this though. It's going to be so much nicer. I think they've moved all the style stuff. Yeah, okay, so if we just insert a node as well. Okay, so we want to spawn a node. The node is going to have its default stuff, but we need a width. It's going to be val %100 and height %100. All right. So if I render that, because 100 pixels by 100 pixels, it still should have been noticeable on this noted screen. Yeah, style was refactored, but like they've been talking about doing it for ages, and the ways they were talking about doing it was kind of like I didn't like the approach they were talking about taking, but that's obviously not the approach they took. And I don't remember what it was. It was like they kept changing their idea, I guess, and it was going to be like they were going to split it off into smaller ones. And I'm like, it's more like, why is node a thing that you can then like everything that had style had node, so why was it separate? Because I think the node was about looking up what the value was. Yeah. So I don't know why my UI rendering is not working. So instead we're going to do an image. Oh, okay. So no, not in image. We need to. What was it? 2D image. Image bundle. Sprite. That's what it's called. Sprite when it's in 2D space. Okay. So sprite. So I think that does mean we need to spawn a 2D camera as well. I think. Don't 100% know. So we want to just Alt Shift this camera 2D default, and don't fly the 2D camera around because otherwise we'll never find it. Oh yeah, we're also no longer moving it, which means I believe we can just do that because the camera will then add the transforms, if I remember correctly, because that's something that they do now. Require camera. Well, that's interesting. That implies that you can set default values by passing a function instead of a instead of a type. I think that's what that's doing. Transform. Oh. Well, let's see if that works, because that may just complain. Wait, 2D camera is just a unit? That's interesting. Why does 3D camera have extra stuff? Depth of field, level of detail. Okay. Oh, it's complaining about camera ambiguity. And yet the image is still not rendering. This is where we need the Bevy editor. Primary window not found. Yeah. Wait, what? Well, that's doubly interesting, because somehow I need to work out, how do I specify camera render graph? Is camera. Okay, so we need to give it a camera. So camera, annoyingly, it needs to be a camera 2D with a camera, and then order, and then I think, is order biggest better? Higher, later. So we want you to be 2, and then default. Everything else. Wait, you want an I? Yeah, okay. So order of 2. Now the cameras are no longer ambiguous. We run this and we say, does that mean that you'll render on top? Well, it's no longer bitching about it. But the question now becomes, why is the image not rendering? If I get rid of the 3D camera entirely, like so, it's not rendering anything. Yeah, that's I think what a lot of people don't understand. Like, because it's not something you intentionally do in a lot of game engines. The 2D and 3D camera are almost always different cameras. Like your UI camera is actually like a separate camera rendering on top. The other thing is, you can also have like there's different types of 2D camera. I don't know why you'd ever want to render two of them at the same time, but yeah, so like it's a camera for most things, a camera for UI, and a camera for the first-person view model. Is there? Oh, because is it a separate camera? Usually that's done in different rendering passes. I thought with the same camera is that you have the player, and then technically the player renders separately, so that like things like the guns always render on top, they don't clip through walls. A lot of things will do a render pass separately, which in Bevy you could do with a separate camera that renders on top, but you'd also be better off doing that as a render pass because then they stay on top of each other. But yeah, it is common for like a lot of editors as well. Will have a camera that is the editor camera and a camera that is the camera that you've actually placed in the world, which might be what you mean by first-person camera. Is like there's a camera for viewing and then the camera for actually playing the game are two separate cameras, and then the UI camera was on top, and then if you're actually doing an editor, the UI of the editor is then a separate camera on top of that. Yeah, portals use extra camera. Okay, I'll probably do that off stream because it's getting a little bit off topic going into cameras. But so I don't know why my image isn't rendering, and the annoying thing about this is that's almost certainly to do with the fact that the new bundle system means I don't actually know what I need to get an image to render. So this is where we resort to Bevy, wherever my fucking tab went. One of these tabs. Bevy examples, and we go examples, and we go 2D image. 2D. We go, how the fuck do we get a sprite? So spawn a camera, and then sprite from image. Okay, so we probably need to look up what sprite from image does. We'll go back into the editor for that. So, terrain. What the hell does sprite from image do? Handle to an image, and then it sets image. So literally it's saying all you need to do is that. I think it's just cleaner, which Bevy does that a lot, where they implement stuff that just makes things cleaner, but it can cause issues.
That's beautiful.
Now, my question is, when I run this, why the hell do I not see the image? Like, it should be rendering something to my screen. That, like, I don't, oh, there's too many windows. We are spawning a 2D camera somewhere, right? Like, that. We're only setting the order so that we don't end up with an issue, which is the only reason we pass in the camera, although everything else is default. That's all the example says to fucking do. All right, that's where we resort to. This has a texture, which is just a nice color image. So let's resort to that, rendering that to the screen to see if our rendering is working. So I'm gonna go commands.spawn bright from image. We need asset server. Let me say asset server dot load. Characters slash text slash color map dot png. It could be that I'm passing in faulty information to it, but that wouldn't make sense because it's rendering like to the thing. So the data is there. I have no idea why it's not working. If I just loaded this image, and in theory, yep, so that renders, which implies that it's something about the fact that I'm passing it float 32s that it does not like. So that or the image is really tiny, but it's 100 pixels by 100 pixels, so it should at least be visible. So what we're going to do is we're going to go F output image. All right, then we're going to say we need the images, which is, this is my hacky way of finding out how Bevy stores data. Whereas mute assets image, right? So we're going to find out how Bevy loads PNGs, and we're going to say input, because I'm lazy and don't want to have to write code that checks to see if it exists. Then we're going to say button input key code. It's input, thank you. And then we need the asset server, because I'm too lazy to get a handle again. This is the epitome of lazy. I'm just trying to hack a single value out. So if input.justPressed is key code space. Alright, so we check to see if I hit spacebar. This is so I don't have to check to see if anything's loaded, because I'll be able to physically see it's loaded. Then we say print line like this. We say input images dot get asset server dot get handle dot get handle, and then we go back up here. And we go, where was that string? Let me see here. See? So I don't have to get any don't have to pass any handles around. We just generate everything on the fly. Dot get handle, and then it's dot unwrap dot not data, not asset server usage, not so it's texture sampler. Wait, we can pass the sampler in? Data, it's not sampler. We're getting an image. We wanted the format. Wait, what? Image? Dot. It's not. Usage is not data, it's not sampler. Texture descriptor? Maybe it's a... Okay, we'll just print out the whole thing then. It doesn't implement display. Of course it doesn't implement display. It's going to print out like an ASCII art thing. Set to get handle, and then we need to like dot unwrap on this as well, because I think technically it's possible for the handle to fail. And then we need to like dot ID it. Shh. This is needlessly complicated. Yeah, turning it off and back on again. That's the solution, isn't it? Oh, we need to also add the system. So, first thing it's going to do is going to spit a whole bunch of fucking gibberish into the chat, because it's going to into the console, because it's going to print all the information about the pixel image, which admittedly it's a low resolution image. Okay, apparently it's not a low resolution image. It's a bit big. So texture description, labels, none, size, 512 by 512 by 1. Why is it so big? You could have done this in like a 10th the number of pixels, because okay, it's a massive fucking image. Anyway, bitmap level, sample count, dimensions to format, RGBA, UA, that's what we want. Signed RGBA. Okay. So we tracked all that information. We tracked all that down. And then we go to texture and we say, hello. When you make the texture, please, for the love of God, make the texture in the make mesh, make texture. There it is, make texture. And then we say your format is this, which is RGBA 8 U nor 8. Right. So RGB blue, green alpha channel, 8-bit integer per channel, sRGB8 0 to 255 converted to and from linear color float 0 to 1 in shader. Okay, so we needed this because it's a float in the shader but stored as U8. So then we go back into our code and we go convert. That's still a float value. Convert these all back to being times 256, and then clamp it between that and 256, and then as U8. Well, I guess it's 255, isn't it? Because we don't want it to be 256, or it won't work. Then we copy you, paste you down here, do this, and we go okay, and then we say data.extend from slice. That slice is RG0 255. Okay, that should. These need to be floats. Yeah. Okay. So now when we run that, it should work. Hopefully, it should render out the little image. Admittedly, it'll probably be underneath that one. Hey, it worked. Hey. Oh. Fuck me. Okay. We did it. Dynamic image generation. It just required me doing the cheat code that I always do of fucking finding out what format Bevy actually wants data to be in, because otherwise nothing works. Okay, so from there we can go back to main here, and first off, probably get rid of this bit of code that outputs the image, because that is the most hacky piece of code and I don't need that floating around in my repository at all. Okay, then next we turn on the fly camera, and we probably just, well, don't display that image, and then we turn this off. We might need it later, so we're just going to leave it like that. If anything, we probably just leave the camera, because it's not going to do anything, and then later when we need to debug it, we'll go camera config debug session. So only in debug will that have that camera there, so we can just leave it forever, and then if I need to render something, I can render it to a 2D, and then it'll show up. So when we spawn the terrain mesh, we no longer need to spawn this image. Thank you. And then we run this, and we go, that should now generate our height map. Hey. It's very hazy looking. And then hey, look in this corner. Look, I don't know what's wrong with this one, but like, does it look like the same image? Like, it's not like, it's something to do with that specific triangle. It's probably because it's rendering it the wrong way, because that triangle spins around and it loops back around, and anyway. Like it's probably the fact that we're going 1 1 and that triangle's rendering the other way. 1 1 0 0 1 0 0 0 1 1 1. I don't know. Yeah, probably. It's not necessarily the resolution that's making it hazy. It's the anti-aliasing, because what's happening is that like it's blurring the edges, and because yeah, it's 1 pixel per cell. So what we can do is, I'm pretty sure when we make our image, we can set the sampler, and then we can make the sampler sample hard coded. The other option is we could double the resolution of the image and then use that to sort of blend the edges ourselves. Because it'll mean that the colors end up sharper when the anti-aliasing runs. When we're going to terrain, so we're going to get rid of this bit of code, because all this bit of code did, this entire piece of code was just about rendering it in the top corner there. If we don't need any more, so we can just push that. When we generate the image, we say let new image equals this, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to create the image, and then we're going to image dot. It was in the descriptor, wasn't it? Texture descriptor. Dot. No. No, it must be this image dot sampler. Sampler equals image sampler nearest, and then return image, please. Okay. So we're just going to set the sampler to nearest. That'll mean that it won't anti-aliasing. I think point sampling is nearest, isn't it? Where it's like it doesn't anti-alias, it just takes the closest, like whatever it hits. Hey! So now the haziness is coming from the fact that we're using a height map. And the height map has quite shallow, like slow transitions, and it's just transitioning to slightly different shades of green. Now, I do suspect that these triangles are the wrong direction, because it seems that the darker part is there. Like, you shouldn't really see the transition like this, because this corner, I think, is actually supposed to be that corner. And that's probably amplifying the effect. So we need to work out how to flip the fucking triangles around. How do I do that? Because I'm sure if we if I clamped it, like if we said a sharp edge, so if it's less than 1, greater than 0.1, negative, less than. Now we're only going to color them when they're at the extremes, and that should end up with a sharper. Like a more obvious. The fuck? How do they end up with brown? How? Oh, because I guess R and less than negative 0.1. If it's greater than 0.1. No. How? How have you... Oh, because is it blending? Anyway, as you can see, the color is doing the same thing, where it's definitely darker in the corner, so it's definitely backwards. We just need to flip 2 points on the triangles, though. I suspect. This may be completely wrong. This could break everything, but it'll break it in a funny way. We want the triangle to be... it's either going to be this triangle or that triangle. This... Still going to probably break them. They're rendering the wrong way around. It doesn't make it... Maybe it's just a human brain thing, that like it's actually the same color all the way through, but because this is brighter, it looks darker, and because this is darker, it looks brighter. It could be what's happening. Because it all looks pretty uniform there, doesn't it? So it might just be that the human mind does that weird thing. Possibly that's what's happening. It definitely feels like it's lighter in that corner, but in reality it shouldn't be. I don't know. I still don't know how it's getting yellow. Like, the yellow feels like it has to be some kind of anti-aliasing. Yeah, screenshot and color picker time. We'll do that. Oh, why did this? Oh, because it's holding space. Or shift. Alright, go with that section, and then we go here, we say, like, create from clipboard, and we go, if we color pick you, and we go, you are this value, and then we color pick a different spot, like you. Well, they're different colors, but like close enough to possibly just be like lighting differences. So I just find it odd because it does feel like it's the wrong way around. Like, this feels like a darker corner, but that could just be the human eye being like, it's brighter on this side, so that must be darker, when in reality it's not. Because I'm saying, like, the samples are so close together in here, like, that they're not actually really different colors. They don't need that of it. Okay, I did flip the triangles around, but that doesn't make any difference really. Because it's specifically the actual index of the triangle that we're doing. The other thing is it could be sampling the wrong spot. Like, it's sampling technically right on the edge. So it could be that we need to move our UVs slightly. And so the UV needs to be plus 1 or 0.5 divided by map size. Half. That's going to put those ones. I don't know, 0.05. So 0.5 divided by 100 is 0.05. But that'll put those slightly outside. So we could do like x plus 1. That doesn't seem right. Because that would put the very far edge pieces outside of the map. There's a way you do it. I just don't remember how it is. It's like you divide it by like map size plus 1. So that would imply that 1 divided by 100 and 1 equals... Wait, no. It's 100 divided by 101. So that plus the 0.005, still less than 1, puts it in the middle. So I think it's that. So it's the idea being that plus 1, like every cell. So what we're doing is we're basically saying start offsetted by half of a cell, and then every cell should still be inside its own cell. Does it make sense to anyone else? Like in my head, it kind of does. I want to open it up in GIMP and sort of try and explain it. So if I said, so what I'm doing is originally it was picking like right here and saying this color, and that can cause issues because it can cause rounding errors to give these different colors as it moves through the triangle. So instead, what I've said is here is your color. So instead we're going like pick here, and then as it goes either way, it's like rounds. It should stay inside the cell. And then I'm dividing by slightly less. So the next one will be in the center, so plus a half, but moves over slightly less, so that the final one should end up, because we're moving over less than a half, should end up in the center of here, because the math should put it there, but it puts it here. I think. Or it just works. I don't know. We'll see. I feel like the accumulated error should end up overloading at some point. Like, but 100 divided by 101 is going to put it here somewhere. And then we're adding a half. So we'll be moving inside the center, surely. Anyway, we worked out that. So 0.995 puts you right in the middle instead of on that edge. The question is, if we go like halfway, 50 divided by 101. See, that puts you exactly in the middle, and I think that's going to end up with issues. So it's not really going to work. So that's not how you do it. I don't know. Run it and see. I know how to do it, but I can't remember it. X equals x plus tile size divided by 2, where x equals tile size divided by 2 to begin with, and the tile size is pixel width divided by pixel width. Right. X plus tile size divided by 2, where x tile size bizarre. All right, now we're going to work out why our clicking's not working. I thought it would work. I thought we were raycasting, and so click should work. Oh, it's probably because we. That's probably a good bet. Is that when we do our check to see if it is called cell, or if it contains cell. So when we spawn in our tile map, when we spawn map, when we spawn this in, if I give you cell as well, and let me run this. Really, cell should be replaced with can click, but still doesn't seem to be working. So we're going to go down to our raycast here and go print line. Well, I guess run through. Put you here. Yeah. And then we say click. All right. So now we'll print out whenever we do a click. Whenever the event fires, we'll print it out. So. Okay. Creating new Mhm. The best bet is that position. Yep. So we aren't doing this because the click target, when we click check cells with cell, it needs a move cost. Okay, so it just needs to be nothing because we don't actually need the move cost. Wait, where were we using the move cost? So I guess technically, okay. Right, because we do the A-star algorithm calculations. But what we can do is, first up, when we spawn this, we go dot with children commands. Right, like this, and then we zip this to the bottom. I think like that. Nope, I think this went too far. Nope, I probably didn't. Okay, so we then spawn all of these inside, but instead of sampling the noise from there, okay, let's get rid of this then, because that needs to happen when we add our terrain. So we spawn our map by just spawning in the terrain, like so, and giving it a seed, and then we call it cell. Really, we should terrain, and then query with terrain, or with, yeah, terrain. We'll call it. So terrain is basically how we're going to decide that something's clickable. And then we're going to go, when we check, it's actually terrain. Well, terrain.contains click target. And then we say target, target. Now, why are you saying you don't need to be mutable? Variable does not need to be mutable. New path, check. Cost, checked. Okay. That works fine. Pass that. So next we just need to cell entity. So when we update cells, okay. Okay, so yeah, cell is how we actually mark a cell, right? And then we entity somehow. And then how do we set your thing? We always make sure that this is equal to 0. So I should really move towards the cell. Right. So what I need to do is when we spawn in our terrain mesh, we're also going to spawn in a sequence of entities that mark where on the terrain you can move. So we're going to go like with children, and then we paste this in, except instead of being 50 to 50, it's negative half map to half map, negative half map to half map, like so. we've copied with children twice, apparently. It's fine. Do that. And then there's probably going to be an extra comma. There we go, like that. Okay. So they don't need a mesh, though maybe we should give them a mesh. So we'll just grab the assets. So which is going to be query res super cell assets. Right. So for now we're going to do this, but your height is actually equal to your index. So we're going to say let index equal. How do we calculate your index? Yeah, somewhere at index. Do that. So we do that. We're going to say height is equal to not self, but instead terrain dot 0 to index. Okay, so we do that, and there we go. Yeah, calculate its color you like. We'll give them the correct meshes as well. So you get the cell import cell, and then move cost. So that's all used for pathfinding. And then there should all be children of the terrain. So when we despawn the terrain, we despawn all the cells that come with it. Kind of wanna move this weird thing. The cells to entity ID. So we update cells, and then we also need this to have despawned is removed component cell. Right. The issue is that this doesn't give you access. So this needs a reversing map, which is annoying. So this needs an ID to entity, and then an entity to ID, which is going to be a hash map of entities and vectors. And basically, the way this works is ID to entity. So we stick it in there, and then the other places we use it. ID to entity. ID to entity. Fucking. It's fine. It's fine. A lot of busy work fixing this stuff. So basically, what I'm going to do is when you delete a cell, it needs to also be removed from the list, so that when we just despawn, we don't have to worry about like making sure that we remove them. So for entity in despawn iter dot. Surely it's just data. No, what the fuck is it? Read. Okay. Bevy and that non-conventional stuff. Why is it not iter like everything else? Anyway, what are we doing? So we need to iterate through every entity, and then we need to say if let some ID equals self dot equals cell map dot entity to ID ID to entity to ID dot get entity. So basically we pass in that, and then we say cell map dot id to entity dot remove id, and then just for completeness, if remove returns an option, I think, entity equals that, and then we say cell map dot entity to id dot remove entity. So it's a little bit loopy there, because in theory I should just remove this regardless if this returns anything. Actually, yeah, we might as well do that, because we've already kind of checked to see if it existed. There's no point like checking to check. Just remove it from both. Okay, cloned. Is it like a take? Remove? Ooh, yes. Okay, so basically I say entity to ID and we remove that, and then we just call remove. As if id.entity remove ID. So basically go in the map, take it out. If it exists, remove it from the other map. That should make sure that the two maps stay synced and removes everything that's unnecessary. The next is to come down here and be like, we should probably just add the helper functions to this. So import as, okay, so you're going to fn get by ID, and that takes in an ID, which is a reference to an IVEC3, and returns an entity, an option entity, and then the other, and then says this self dot ID. It needs self, doesn't it? Yeah, that would explain that. Okay, and then self dot ID to entity, ID to entity dot get, and then give it ID and then cloned. Okay, and then same here, we're going to pub get by entity, which is going to take in an entity, like so, and return an option IVEC3, and this is self dot entity. You also need self. Okay, and then the entity. Okay, okay, and then we get, and then an entity. It need to be a reference, and then dot clone. Okay, so now we just have two helper functions, so that I can say, instead of just get, it's get by ID. Yeah, I think get by ID. You're at get by ID. No. Cells. No, it's get. Oh, because this now doesn't. Okay. Yeah. You'd be get by ID. And then we don't need to dereference you anymore. And then same here, you're get by ID. Don't dereference. Get by ID. And then don't dereference. Okay, so in theory that should spawn the whole thing. we do need to, in our terrain, when we add terrain. So we spawn all these with the children, and then we spawn this, and then we say, your height isn't just 0, your height is equal to height. Okay, the y offset is equal to your height. And then when we run the pathfinding, we actually want to take in a query that has move cost. Actually, no, because you're just you don't care. You're just literally pathfinding. It's when we go to move. We move the player. We don't actually want to use the move. When we move an entity, we want to grab in the transform of the current entity, and we need the transform of all cells. So cell transform with cell. So we need that, and then we need to go if target if target equals post cell next pop. Yep, okay. So if current target position translation. So current equals position dot translation. Okay. So we're zeroing it, but we don't actually need to do that because we need to say let target equals we probably need the map, don't we? Okay. And we need to go map dot id to entity. Map dot get by id, and we say target dot 0. Right, so we do that, and then we go sum. Okay. Else one target zero. Okay, not in map. Okay, and then we think we continue because it's just like you can't find the target. Now that could end up with some issues if that ever happens, because it could get stuck in a loop where it never reached its destination, and so it's just continuing to sort of float. Like because the next target's never set because it didn't make it. So like if you can't find the target, it'll just end up stuck. Okay, so maybe current equals translate position. Okay, and then let's don't know if we need current, do we? Oh yeah, so it's if current distance to target, as I've 3. So if square distance to target is less than this, then pass cell equals. Okay, pods. Get by ID. Right, so we need to say let pods equal. Why have I copied this down here? Okay, target pods equals this is target E, and then we say cells dot get target E else target not is not an entity. Okay, and then new becomes okay. So we're setting the position. We're getting the position, and then we continue here again. We're getting an error. So that's our target, and we're going to copy this for next. So we get a transform, and then we say target dot underscore position. So if the position is less than this, then we set path cell equal to target cell, and time elapsed equals to this. Okay. dot translation. Okay, so we then let mute target is equal to pass cell dot lerp. Okay, so we need to get passed after we've checked to see this. We then go this is passed, and then passed. Okay, so then we say passed, passed, and then it's not 0, it's cell, and passed E. Otherwise, you're passed dot cell. Right. So then we get the passed data, and then we say the target is equal to the passed position dot translation, and then we lerp that to the target it's called position with the same pass dot elapsed time dot translation. Okay, and then target y equals 2. I don't know why I'm doing that. I think that was just to make sure it didn't go under the ground. And then position dot translation equals target. Okay. So that apparently current never gets mutated. We're just grabbing it to apparently do nothing. That should move our entity according to where it hit. So clicking will now hit the terrain and not the cells, and then we will move to the position of the cell, not the ID of the cell, which we were doing before. Which in theory means you could consider without what function is having some function. What function panicked? System parameters. Yes, but which function was it? Main panicked at square index. Yeah, which function? Query transform with cell. Right. You need to be an entity, and then you need to be without cell. Okay, because we need mutable transform, so we need to make sure that those two don't overlap. Gotta admit, that's one of the better features that they added, was the fact that it crashes rather than just ooh. But the index is okay. So index out of bounds. We fucked something up. Not quite sure how we fucked something up with our terrain. I don't remember what we did. Because that's panicked at terrain. Okay, index. Oh, because it's your plus. We need the fancy one. Is it make texture? No, texture just uses make mesh. It's this one. This is not actually correct, but we'll just do it for now because it gives us like half of what we need. So it's u minus that. I think I need to cast u, then it's times by u minus that times by map size. Okay. So x minus a half. Right, then we need to cast the whole thing. And it's plus a half, not minus a half. Because we need to get you back to 0 and we start at negative a half. Okay. As useless. Okay, that should fix our terrain issues. Because we're kind of doing weird offsetty shit. That's probably when it's new, isn't it? Well, it crashed again, so that's fun. New here. It is this. This is the index. Okay, cool. Now what did you complain about? You still apparently get to an index of 1000. Which I'm not entirely sure how you're getting to. How exactly? I'm gonna hope that I just had something wrong, because I don't see how that can ever get to 10,000. Yeah, I just had something wrong. Okay, so not quite sure why there's little bits and pieces of things sticking out, but oh, pathfinding's working again. So in theory, if I now remove their mesh, they should still work, right? So if we just said, don't fuck with the mesh or the materials, you still call them a sale, you still give them a move cost, because that's part of just generating them. And then we can be able to click over here, and, well, okay, well, that's a little bit of an issue. I can't see where it's impassable. Okay, so I'm going to go back to main. I'm going to say stop printing out the click, because that's just annoying debug code. Train, pass. Okay, so move entity. Stop move entity. It's raycast. Up here, click. Don't print click out anymore. We're also going to say, you have access to the cell's move cost? You do. So when we click on a cell, it's coloring in the path. So I don't think we need to do anymore. Just gonna say, don't do that, because is there like a not insubstantial chance that that's going to crash? Purely because I don't think I'm ever checking. No, we just continue if it doesn't exist. So technically wouldn't crash. Maybe we should leave it then. If it's not going to crash, we'll leave it. That's why you don't unwraps in your code, then it won't crash. Because we were error checking to see if it exists. So what are we doing? We're saying do something. So when we click, we work out the train. Click dot position round, okay, and then as IVEC, okay, and then we say path. Player dot single mute, okay, and then we say new path is, and then we A star. Okay, so first off, we need to say as soon as we know what the cell is, we need to say if let okay cell equals is it cells dot get. We need access to the map then, don't we? We already have the map. Let some cell e equals map dot get by ID pos. Right. We should probably rename this to cell, because Alright, so get that else warn cell not cell not in map, so that we can find this error later when we fuck around and can't find it, and then we just say cell and then we go continue. So if the cell that you found isn't in the map, if let click, okay, so cost cell dot entity cmt I guess we can not even do that. Yeah, just let no, it makes sense to be if let because we want to do something with it. We don't necessarily want to keep it. Else one cell has no move cost. It shouldn't be possible to be shouldn't be reachable, but anyway, continue. All right, then we go here and we say if cost is greater than if cost dot is infinity dot 0 dot is infinity is infinite continue. We probably want to chuck a trace here so that later if we cost click impossible. Okay. So basically what we're doing is when you click a cell, we check to see what the movement cost of that cell is, and if it's infinite, we go, that cell's not passable, and we return out rather than letting you pathfind to an impassable cell, because it probably won't be an issue in like a release build, but in the current build of the game, the pathfinding is really slow if you click something that can't be reached, because it literally checks every single cell, and some of the times numerous times, because if it finds a faster route to a cell, I think it adds it back to the list, something like that. I might have got my pathfinding algorithm wrong, but the idea is that like basically as it checks the fastest route, it ends up checking every single cell because it's physically impossible to get there, so it can never reach its destination. So we're basically saying if a cell is impossible to get to, don't bother checking it. I should also probably add to the pathfinding code that if the cell has infinite, don't even add it to the checklist. But it probably doesn't matter because again, it should only check cells with infinite cost last anyway, because of the way that it goes about finding out which one to check. But yeah, so it iterates through, and that's what we do. So yeah, if the cell is infinite, we don't actually let the player pathfind to it, because it'll first off just freeze up in a release build, and also just pointless in a debug. Why pathfind to something that can't be pathed down to? Okay. First off, for some reason it complained about target not being in the map. Target not map, target not map. Cell is duplicated. Weird. Don't know how that ended up happening. Anyway. That's an interesting choice. So you're actually moving along the seams, not the center of the cells. So that kind of implies that, yeah, I think the offsetting it by half is not the best idea. All right, we'll go to that, because I don't think it changed anything. It literally just moved the... It just shifted everything, so it didn't really work. So we'll go back to our terrain, and when we generate the mesh, don't fuck with the UVs. There's something about this, but I don't remember what it is. All right. So that should, in theory, then fix the cells so that the center of the cell is where you click. Are you going to move to the center of the cell? Yay, okay. Okay. This would be a great sort of test that color picking, because they I guess it does kind of look like the same color when you can't have that context next to it. All right. Well, we also need to make sure that the entity is looking in the right direction. Another option is also to add an extra speed when they're on faster moving tiles, because at the moment it doesn't matter. It's literally like your player will take a longer route because they would rather walk on roads. But I also still don't know where this yellow is coming from, like this fucking baby sick yellow, because I'm never setting the color anything but 0. It's somehow the red and the green yellow are getting set, so it must be possible for both states to be true, which doesn't quite make sense. We go not make terrain. No, it is make texture. So if the value is less than, if height is less than -0.1, if height is greater. Oh, I think I'm doing that backwards. Apparently I'm like losing internet. That's hopefully the stream's surviving. It says it's excellent again, so hopefully you guys can hear me again. I don't know what the fuck's happening. It's just disconnecting and connecting constantly. So that's fun. Alrighty. So we fixed our issue of well, I don't know what you're up to. Okay, cool. So stream is back. That's good. Alright, so the reason that brown was occurring was just basically I was doing it the opposite. I was setting the color to 0 if the condition was true, not if the condition was false, which meant that like it could be green and yellow, or green and red as like the values got closer to 0 rather than being the other way around, which is like as they get further from 0, it then turns red or turns yellow. Anyway, so now we have our massive pathfinding. So we should also probably do the debug pathfinding as like a sequence of lines or something with gizmos. That'd be something cool to show. So we'll tweak the player to look where they're going, and then we'll add some cool debug gizmos for like highlighting the target and stuff like that. So terrain mesh. Okay, you don't use any of this stuff, but it doesn't matter. So to make the player look at where they're going, we don't care about raycasting. We want move entity. So in move entity, we also want, so we get our current position and our current direction, and we say, okay, so we want the player to look where they're going. So we take we don't want them to tilt, though tilting would be kind of cool because it would mean as they run uphill, they actually look like they're running uphill. But that may not work very well on like lots of terrain. So let's see, so that's target, which is the lerp in positions. So we want then also want to say like pos.look at we're gonna let target equals so look at is a vector. Yeah, so we just want to plus we want to make target mutable. Oh no, we're setting it to target. It's target position. All right, can we clone this? Well, we can also just say dot. No, because we need the OK. Dot cloned. Right. So then we say we want you to be mutable. Right? Because that's the position of the target. And then we say target pos dot translation dot y plus equals 1. And then we say you are looking at target pos dot translation. And you looking returns. We want look at. Look at will set look at. And then we need vec3 y. Okay. We're adding it. We just need to set the position to +1 just so that it's not. Otherwise, they'll look at the ground when they're running, and we don't want them looking at the ground. We want them looking straight ahead. So we just sort of go. You're clicked on the ground, but we're going to levitate it up slightly, and then. That's interesting. That's not really what I was expecting. Like, I told you, they'd look at the fucking ground, but I was not expecting them to... Okay. Am I upside down somehow? Like, is that actually what's happening here? Is that I'm upside down and therefore they're actually looking at the ground? Unlikely. Alright, let's try -2. That, like, should set the position. We'll get the gizmo renderer out and we'll start showing that off while we work on this. So, gizmos. Gizmo store. No. Gizmos. There it is. Oh. Fuck. My mouse is stuck. There we go. Gizmos. Thank you. And then you can specify specific things. Okay. And then we go, can we say gizmos dot circle radius color from translation. Your translation is pos dot target target dot target pos dot translation. Your radius is 1 and your color is green. Or color. sRGB 1. Would make you red. Okay. Gizmo needs to be mutable. So this will tell us what you're fucking looking at. Because I'm pretty sure. Okay. Well, negative does in fact make them start to look up. It's really hilarious because it does imply that I'm upside down because negative y goes up. But more likely it actually means that the models are backwards. When I click, well, what I'm not understanding is why the fuck that gizmo is rendering like that. That doesn't make sense. That's not where the gizmo should be rendering. Gizmo. And I... I don't get why the isosphere is relative to us. Oh, because we're getting it to this is transform, but I think we need the global transform. That way. So okay, we'll chuck in the global transforms. Query global transform with cell. Okay, and then we just need to go when we say snag this, come down here. So do this again, but it's target. We'll just call it gpos because we don't care. Okay, and then we say you are actually at gpos.translation. And then this can just do nothing because if it wants to warn, it can just don't care. And wait, because you should be global. Dot translation. There we go. It needs to be calculated when it's global. Anyway. Apparently, my internet's turned to shit because it's saying that I'm not sending enough data to actually be able to maintain the stream quality. Admittedly, one of the advantages, and mainly why I do coding, is that it doesn't matter if it drops lots of frames because it's not like the image changes that regularly. Okay, I don't know what that fucking dot is, but... Okay, so first off, we need the radius to be way smaller. The radius needs to be like 0.2. Otherwise, you take up like a whole thing. Circle. Yeah. Thank you. You should be solid now. I don't actually know. Oh, you know what? That dot that's in the center following around will be the 2D camera. Interesting. Oh, it still needs that +2, doesn't it? Plus vec3 1 y times 2. Okay. Like that. Okay. So that's where you're looking. Which, wait, I'm minusing 2, aren't I? Yeah, I'm minusing 2, which tells me that it's actually more likely that those particular models, when they're facing in a specific direction, are actually backwards. Like, you're actually looking into the ground right now, I think is what's happening. Because they'll be laying down in the scene or something stupid like that. Because I'm actually manipulating the scene that is the image, the model. It could also be that I fucked up and I'm pointing Y in the wrong direction. So the feet. Okay, so maybe we don't want to offset. So get rid of this. So one thing it could be is because the model is standing on the thing, when we're pointing it, because they're actually the center of the object is its feet, it's flipping it and pointing it so that it's laying over. Right? You're still fucking moving backwards, but it's an improvement. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes. That's so dumb. Okay. Well, it kind of just implies that basically the model is backwards here, whereas this is the front according to Bevy, this is the front according to Blender, and it's causing them to point backwards when I move them. So what you can do is go pos.rotate around the Y, not bvec, vec3y, and then we want to rotate wait, no, it's rotate around, rotate around local Y, and then the angle is just going to be f32 const pi, not phi, pi, please. Okay. So we're kind of hacking this because it means that if we ever change the model, it won't work. But the idea is that we will point it in a certain direction and then turn it around because it was pointing the wrong way. Anyway. Hey all. Alright, let's set up our random noise generator that will randomly shuffle everything around again. Because I am going to go make myself lunch, and I figure we should leave something on screen. I would play music, but I don't want to feel like getting the entire video, the whole VOD getting demonetized. Random move. Does random move just need to be enabled? Or have you been broken to the point that you won't work anymore? You should be able to generate between 50 and 50 and 50 and 50. We also want their move speed to be way faster. So I think that's in move entity. How much do we move them? No, it's when we it's move entity. It's when we lerp. I think lerp. We want to be this times that times 10. So now it'll take 1/10 of a second to move from one cell to the next. So that should be really zippy, because otherwise they're going to end up being really far. So when I say run, wrong run, but anyway, just do this run. So they should, we don't need to turn around and move on, but I'm just making sure that they don't move at the speed of light now. Okay, some reason, it's really funny, but I don't know why you're turning around when you get there. Do I not flip you at the end? Like, you're turning around, but then you... What is setting your rotation back? Like, why are you turning around? Something is fucking with your rotation. But what? Yep, find the path. Well, we'll turn random move back on, wherever that happens to be. Oh yeah, it's in here, isn't it? Well, it's not really debug assertion. Anyway, we'll just go app.add systems. Oops. Systems update, and then random move. Okay, so this is interesting. Why are they flipping back around? Something's obviously updating their position. Move entity. When do I ever set your position? This is the only time I set that position. I always say pos.lookat global.get. I don't think we ever set their position anywhere else, so I don't... We call lookat, we rotate them 90 degrees. Oh, I bet you it's when it's looking right at it. And so right at the end, we when we just get there. That, or because we're lerping so fast, we're actually ending up lerping past. So we need to clamp between 0 and 1. It's possible that we're like ending up past the goal, and then when we end up past, we actually end up looking backwards for a frame. Nope, they're still flipping around. I think it's still the same issue. They're somehow like... Alright. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Someone clicked on something they weren't supposed to. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Interesting. Alright. So... As are the flashy lights, probably not been a good idea. I also want more of them. So when we spawn player... Really supposed to be making myself fucking food. So... spawn map? No, spawn character. So that's the player, and then we're going to go for in 0 dot dot, like, let's say 10. And then we should be able to just do that. I don't think they need a position offset, so we can actually just say that their transform is nothing. Like so. And I think that should cause 10 of them to spawn. Now, the big issue is somehow they are clicking... Okay. Yeah, they are able to click on unpassable terrain. That's what's happening. That's why it keeps freezing like that, is they can click on unpassable terrain. So I need to make sure that that random move... maybe it should be the first thing that fucking pathfinding checks. Because that makes much more sense. Pathfinding. We need to check to see if end is a fucking reachable thing. So, first thing, very first thing, guard clause. If, okay. Let sum cost equals end, cells dot get end. So it should be okay. Okay, and then we say if cost dot 0 dot is, if cost dot 0 dot is infinite, return none. Okay, else return none, and end is not an entity, so we're going to say if that sum end equals id to cell dot get by id end end. Okay, so really this should be returning a result, because there are more than one way of failing. It's not just that it can't find a path. Well, it'll return none if it can't find a path, but it's like it can return none if the cell's not there, it can return none if the cell's impassable, and it can return none if it just can't find a path to the cell. So like theoretically, it should be returning a result. So we'll do that after. Let's just fucking write this here so I don't forget while I go and eat. To do make return result. Alright. I might want to run a poll while I go and eat. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna go create a poll, and we're gonna say do next. So we're gonna go next. We can add animations. We can add. Oh, I don't know if something went wrong. Add map edit editing. Okay. So add map objects. What else do we want? Anyone in chat want to suggest something that they want to see? Let's just. I'm trying to think what we had. So we have map objects. We could add map objects. We could add debug gizmos. Okay, there you go. Start a poll. All right. I'm gonna go make food, so we should probably put like a BRB screen up or something. We'll get some text and we'll just be like BRB. Oh. We'll go BRB lunch. I'm gonna make this text white so it can be. Oh god, white is not a great color for that. Gray maybe. Vote on next. We need to make this font like 100. Yeah, move it over here. Like so. Then we text to path. Then we go from path, selection, grow, and then we new layer. Then we get a pen. We go give it a black backdrop. Move the text back on top, and then we select the text. We make the text white. Maybe make the text yellow. I want to try and make it like so it's like the first thing you read. BRB. There you go. And then we can we F11 this? Not really. Alright. We're gonna leave this so that people can see that I've gone to lunch. I'm gonna mute my mic and I will hopefully be back soon. I'm muting my stream instead of unmuting my microphone. So sorry. Anyway, stream continues. So there's a tie between map objects and animation in the poll. So I guess we'll start working on I'm gonna say animations because it's probably the more straightforward of the two, because I will have to learn how Bevy does animations, but map objects I'll have to actually design stuff about map objects. So yeah, let's not do that. The animations will also give me a reason to dig around in the code and fix the flipping it back and forth. So I'm not entirely sure what's causing that. When you get to the end, you set that and you continue. So I don't know. Let's work on animations. So we'll make our own module for it because you know, probably better than not. How do I spell it? Oh, not comment. Okay, animation. So the voting is going to kind of work that if the number of votes doubles and the winner changes, then I'll update it so that like I'm not flipping back and forth if like one person votes for something else. But if like two people vote for something else, then I'll flip. Sort of thing. Then it'll take like 4 people voting, and if the polls change, them, if that makes sense. So let's go to Bevy examples and look at how to do skeletal animations, because the images I'm using have apparently got animations attached to them, like the assets. So it shouldn't be too hard to like create something. Animated material, auto exposure, fog. Maybe it's not in 3D. Maybe it's examples animation. Okay, animated foxes. So fox feet target. Particle asset. Okay. So keyboard animation control. Observe on step. Okay. Asset server dot load. GLTF asset label animation from asset foxbar. Interesting. This is why you read the examples. You learn so much. Somewhere is the fox path. Okay, so build the animation graph. Okay. The commands into animations. Animation is node indices. Trying to work this out. So add event to trigger. Put keyboard animation controls. Player dot animation mute. Voice player. We got player. Player is player animation. Animation player. Animation translations. So they're components, aren't they? Yeah. Animation player. And I'm assuming that's a Bevy component. So animations. Okay, so we're going to say input, which is going to be a query. No, it's a resource. Also, yes, please just bring in the whole prelude. So your res button inputs key code like so, and then we need animations, which is a query for animation not curve clip a list of variable curves. Okay, list of clips. Okay, event graph. Root idle blend. What run? Okay. Animations clips are to be blended together. Applications if we want to play multiple animations at once and fine tune the. Okay. Animation player. So here's the big thing. I don't know what so if input dot just pressed keyboard key code space, we're gonna just go animation dot play dot you need to be mutable, don't you? No, you're 4 and in animations. Right, so we're gonna get the player, and we're gonna go animation dot play. Okay, so we need a node index, start playing an animation unless the required animation is already playing. Okay. So can we say node index new 1 like 0? We need you to be mutable. So when I press spacebar, you should play animation 0, and then we want to go main, and we want to go. We probably want to make this a pub plugin, which takes in an app, which is a mutable reference. Mutable reference to an app. And then we say app.add animations. Add systems update. Okay, and then animation. And then we go back to main and we say main so add plugins animation plugin like so. And then we run that and we find out if this works. I don't know if this will work because I don't know how animations work. Okay, failed to find path, failed to find path. Okay, yep, okay. So this is lots of errors. There's lots of things going around. Now, question is, if I hit spacebar, you're not doing anything. Which, well, first off, they don't have animations on them, do they? Well, I wouldn't know because of fucking, I'm loading the scene. This is where we need the editor. Because this scene definitely contains animation. Die, sit, fall, walk. So if I that's the issue, I don't know how to know. I wouldn't have a clue how to even see the stuff on the scene. So FN, we're going to output tree. Now the question is how to recursively find things. We want to be like where's world? And then we say dot resource. So if world dot resource res button input key code dot just press key code not escape, like F12 F, let's go with F5. I want you to for entity in world dot entities I think dot iter. I don't know how to read you, that's the problem. Entities returns entities, yes, and then entities is a meta pending a vector entity. No, see, this is not the right entity. Like this is like the actual entities like thing to make new entities. Okay, sure. Entity iter entities. Okay. If entity dot component it's a component returns a reader component for the current entity. Okay. Get component. So if get component parent dot is sum continue. I don't know how this works. Do we need a reference? Hey, okay. So if it's got a parent, we continue. Else we are going to let the depth equal 0. Then we want to so we let the depth equal to 0. And then we need to go print if entity dot get components. That's why it's components, because you could get more than one name. If let sum equals name print line we want to, for this is going to be really lazy, but underscore 0 dot dot depth print in print depth. So we want to print T. No, not new line T. So print tabs for the depth, and then print the name. Name followed by a semicolon. Else. Okay, so we're gonna go mutable depth. Okay. Then we say print. Maybe this should be out. I don't think this even needs to be mutable. We're not changing anything. So print out will need a reference to the world. World, the current, which is just going to be an entity. Do it entity ref, right? Entity ref. Okay, so I think that right, and then we said and depth. Zero. No, 0. So you wait. Right, then we say you do this for this depth. Okay, so you print a number of tabs, and then you do that. So we get the entity, and then we say print out world current, which is entity, which needs to be like a reference. Your reference, reference, and so depth is going to be depth plus 1. Well, I guess technically you're just depth 1. Okay, 0, depth of 0, because it's the original one. Okay, so you print out, and so you say if current dot get component name, print the name, otherwise print print current dot get by ID. No, ID. Okay. So print its name. Okay. Next we say for component in current dot components. Can I just get components? Archetype. I don't know if I can just iterate through all the components. Do I have to go like archetype dot components? Alright, and then we say line, and the print line is going to be, well, I guess it's for depth +1. Print out that, and then we need to print out components dot. I know it's current dot get by ID component. You should always be okay, so we should be able to just pull unwrap on this actually, because we know that. What do you mean? Do I Alright, apparently I don't know how this fucking works. Okay, yeah, that's just, it's getting overly complicated. Overly complicated. I don't know how to do animation in Bevy. Okay, and the animation thing did not really help. So let's go back to the example, see if we can work that out. That's not the example. So when they're loading it, they load these different animations, and they make some kind of graph from clips. That gives you the graph and the node indices. Okay. We spawn a camera, we spawn a plane, we spawn a light, they spawn a fox. The fox is just loaded straight from the GLTF. So, clips. So they get the animation clip from somewhere. Let node, let graph equal get node. Clip equals type clip. Handle clip. So when do they use the animation clip? So they go through graphs. The fuck are they getting the graphs from? Get, okay, animation dot graph. Where are you getting animation from? Which is just a resource of animations. Okay, see. Okay. So I guess we start with that. So we go in animations, we have this. Except we're going to call this a component. Right. And then I don't know how animations are. Oh. Okay. So we're going to main when we move in, when we spawn character. I'm going to give you a need a new component. I should reopen my stream so I can see what's happening over there. So we need a component. Component. Struct file, and this is going to contain a static string. file which contains static stir. Right. And then these all need to have file attached to them, which is going so. All right. Let main equal. All right, we'll just do it for the main actually. So we're going to say do that. And then we say main. And you also main. So, right. So, in our animations, we can say load animations. The load animations is going to work that so we need our commands, and then our what do we need to look at? Commands, animation, graph. So graphs, which is going to be animation, which is res asset mute assets animation graph. Right, so you also need to be mutable. We need our asset server, which is res asset server. We need our objects, which is going to be a query for anything that has a file, super file, and that added file. This update. We also need your entity so we can use it. Alright, so for entity file in objects 0 for I in 0 dot dot. We need to look at Blender and see how many animations do you have. The answer is lots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, okay, there's too many. Too many. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. There's 32 of them. Okay, so we go back to our examples and go, what the hell did they do? So setup. So they called asset server load gltf asset, and then they passed in the path. They did this. Build the animation graph. So from clips takes in a vector, right? I where self and vector animation knows what I is. Okay. So we're going to say let clips equal an empty vector. Right, and then we say clips dot push asset server dot load gltf asset label animation I dot from asset file. Okay, So that should push all of those, and then we can move this to the bottom here and say, instead of doing that, just clips. Okay. Need to be referenced. Okay, so clips needs to be mutable. File, and you're saying that file can't do that because .0. Okay, so we now have our animation graph and our animation nodes. So the next thing that the example does is say graph handle graphs add. Okay. So graphs dot add graph, and then okay. So the graph is now equal to the animation handle. Next. Next, you insert the resource. So indices and graph. Okay. So we need to go commands dot entity dot insert animations graph and animations, which is the node indices. Okay. Do that. Okay. So load animations is going to be done every update, which is annoying, but load animation. Okay, let me just make sure I got my stream open. Alright, so YouTube's still complaining that I'm not sending enough data. That's annoying that fucking the internet's doing that. Anyway, so I've loaded the animations. I've generated the graph. Right? So then you just spawned everything, like you didn't do anything specific to the fox. Next, we need to set up scene once loaded. An animation player is automatically added to the scene when it's ready. When the player is added, start the animation. Okay, so get clip works by giving it a node index, the graph, and the clips. Right, and so you say let node every one the fox hits for the okay. Run animation. The fuck? This is so confusing because where the hell are you getting feet from? Fox feet triggers front, left, right, fucking like it's. Make sure to start the animation via the animation transitions. Okay. But where the fuck is the transition? Like, is this automatically added? Is this fucking something? Where did the transitions even come from? Okay. Doing an animation graph handle. And the transitions is an animation transition. Animation, sure. So I think the running animation is they're like dynamically constructing it, maybe. I don't know. It's all very confusing. So entity animation player. So when the fuck did we add the animation player? It's saying the animation player should be added to the scene once it's loaded. Well, is that a specific to that fucking scene because the scene has animations, or is that a GLTF thing? Like, oh fuck me. There's animations. Okay, so I think they're accessing the animation node because they're specifically trying to do something. So do I have to go with transitions, animation transitions? Don't know if I need that. I might just be able to say animation graph handle. So can I, in the animation, can I also, when I insert this, can I insert animations? That's the wrong type of brackets. Anyway, like that. Okay. So you're saying that an animation graph handle. Alright. So that's not what they're doing? Oh, it's insert animation graph handle. Graph. Okay, we need to clone it. Well, if we flip it around, put you at the top, we'll clone this one. Okay, so a handle to the animation graph to be used by the animation player of the same entity. So the question is there an animation player? So that would be here, and we say, when I press spacebar, I want you to print found animation player. I'm right on the edge of getting really annoyed at this and going and fucking porting the editor 15 just so I can fucking see what components are on things. When I hit spacebar, it is finding animation player. So in fact, it does in fact. Oh god, it's frozen. It's not playing any animation, but it is finding one. Okay, so here's the next question: is the animation player attached to what I'm sticking the animations to? Animation. Because my suspicion is the answer is no. Alright, let me do that. Let's see. Let me F2 you and you're called player. The fuck? Okay, first up, you don't need to be public because I'm not doing it that way anymore. Okay, so This will be the question. Does it find any animation players? Because if it doesn't, it means I need to somehow pass that path down to fucking children. Yeah, see, it's not doing anything on spacebar, which means that I need to pass the path down. So let me say load animations. Annoyingly add animation player. So when something adds the animation player, we need its entity. And it's also its parent. And then we need file, which is going to be a query for anything with a file. Right? Because I suspect what is happening here okay. Parent needs to be a reference. All right, so entity and parent. So we're going to rename these parent. All right, and then we're going to say here, we're going to say let okay file equal parent files dot get parent dot get else error root scene continue. Right. The hope is that we don't get to fucking see that, because that will mean that I need to try and track down it is, and it might be like 2 or 3 layers deep. Parent is not root of same. Okay, so that means we need to go query parent dot I think we can just do this. And I think you can say parent dot root ancestor. Returns the topmost ancestor of the given entity. This can I do that with just you though? I don't think so. I don't think they can go like objects dot root. They're gonna work? Like root ancestor, I'm assuming only works where item equals world. Yeah. Well, item equals parent, so it won't work on that one. It's just a shortcut to do what I was going to do, which is just like recursively check. Which means we don't actually need your parent anymore. We still need the object itself, but we don't need to recursively. We don't need the parent because we're already grabbing the parent somewhere else, recursively checking up the tree. Well, the question is, so loading animations just worked, didn't it? Like, yeah. So like this worked. It found the file, and it attached the animations to the thing with the animation. Where's the you? You're not doing an animation though. Alright, so we have to like attach that transitions to it like this. I wish animations were fucking easier. Transitions, which is transitions. Okay, transitions. Animation transition. Fade out of animation blend factor allow for smooth transitions between animation. Use this component, place it on the same entity as the animation player and the animation graph handle. It'll take responsibility for adjusting the weights of the active animation in order to fade out animation smoothly. When using animation transition component, you should play all animations through the animation transition play method rather than directly manipulating the animation player. The player animation through the animation player directly will cause the player to get confused about which animation is the main animation, and transitions will usually be incorrect as a result. Okay. So we want, I guess, mute animation player. Oh, undo. Animation player. Mute and player. Right. It shouldn't really matter that I am accessing this mutably. So we do this and we say duration 0, so we need to qualify that it's time duration 0. Animations, right, which is, I guess, clips at this point. Clips 0. Why? What are you expecting? Animation node index, yes, and that's what clips has. No, it's node index 0. Can I borrow player's mutable? Okay, make it mutable. All right, and dot repeat, and then we have to attach transitions. I think, not entirely sure. Is this going to now repeat that first animation? What is the first animation? Apparently it's wheelchair move, which for all I know is them like not doing anything. Like I feel like you're not playing an animation, you know? Unless everyone else is playing an animation. I don't think they are. I think they're just jiggling around. Okay. So you're not doing shit. Okay. That's why I stay away from fucking animations. Why are you not doing anything? So when I hit this, animation transition. Player to play. Right, so we need access to the player as well. Animation player. Okay, so we need player transition. transition play player fuck, and then duration 1 from second 1. Okay, you hit play. Plays a new animation on the given animation, fading out of the existing animation that was already playing over the transition duration. Well, see, that's what's interesting, is it's only apparently found 1. I'll change to F2 so I don't move every time I click it. F2. What I'm not understanding is the fact that, well, one, it doesn't seem to be finding all of them. Which is the most bizarre thing of the whole thing. So if I hit F2, it only said found 1. Oh, because we're only putting it on the path, aren't we? It's only, yeah, I need the player. Okay, so if only finding 1, it makes sense. It's only you. Now the question is, were your arms always down? Or is that what the transition was? Because I think their arms would always be up, wouldn't they? Okay. So it was, I guess that it was idle was what I was doing. So if we then go, well, the question is also, is always going to be walk. Animation, transition, play, dot, repeat. Yeah. Okay, go. Okay, so if I hit F2 now, I really need these fuckers to stop fucking trying to pathfind outside it. I need you to stop. For real, though. Okay. One thing I can do to make them stop is slow them fucking back down. Move. I feel like that lerping 10 is still causing the same issue. Time elapsed. I think it's got to be that, but like we'll see, because if it still does it, then it wasn't that. But anyway, animation. Go back to animation. I'm gonna fucking name the animations. So see, they don't flip around, so it's definitely the lerp that was doing it. Well, the other question is, like, do you do it when you get to your destination? I don't know where I'm. Oh, I've still got random move on it. It's just that the player. Let's go to our random move and say, don't fucking do the player. Wait, you shouldn't do the player. So where the fuck are you going? All right, anyway. We've got the animations working. Let's go back to animation and then go. I need to make some kind of thing, animation player here. So we need to go, we're going to go enum animation. I don't know if I need access to this. because all I do is attach it here. So I'm going to say, I feel like that existed purely for the allowing you to add it later. So you can say walk. All right, and then we're going to say animation. Right, and then you are animation index animation as U32. I think that's what you wanted. As you size. Okay. And then we need to make this a component. Derive component. All right. So we have walk, run. Fuck knows what else. I'm gonna say fn set. And this will run not when I press a key, but when changed animations. All right. Dot zero. Oh no. Wait, what? No. Animations. Can't cast a reference. First off, you need to clone and copy. You do it now? No. I still need to de-fucking reference it. Okay. Set animation. And this needs to query player. Query mute animation with player. Okay, so I think we've got this worked out. So when I press this, when you change, you do not check to see if I've just pressed F2. You just say, if by any chance the animation's changed, update what animation's playing. Now, I don't know what happens if I stop, like if I don't repeat. Anyway, setting animations, we need input as well. Player. No, it's res input. Input button. That's button input. I wish I hadn't renamed this stuff. It really still got so much muscle memory built into fucking the old way of doing it. Just give me a second. I'll take my jumper off. I don't know why I was talking towards my microphone on my headset, as if that's the one I'm fucking using. All right, let's fucking. So, we want to go match for key in input dot get just pressed match key. No missing ups. Whoa, don't do that. Undo. That'll take forever. We're gonna go key code. One. Key number. One won't work. Num lock numpad num digit 0. Okay. Digit 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Whoop, there's no. Okay, so we go keypad. Numpad. No. Do this, and go. key code. Anything else, and don't do anything. Return. Okay, so let me say let equal this, and then we say equal your 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then we're going to say if input dot, wait, no, it's not return, continue, otherwise it'll return, like, unless you're holding down every key up to the digit keys. So we need to make sure that it doesn't do that. So we're going to say input dot, if input dot press key code left, shift left, then digit digit plus equals 10 if input dot pressed key code I would say alt left, then you also will add 10 digit plus equals 10. That should let us get to 29. And then I guess we'll do the same thing, we'll do control. Control, okay. Value assigned to digit is never read. Maybe it is overwritten before. Okay. Yeah. So fine. Digit goes here. And then we say for animation in, maybe we need to make an animation. We're gonna call this animation, and then we're gonna go animations, and this is gonna be a was it U size, wasn't it? I guess we call you animations and you call it animation. U size. I think so. Not an enum, you're a struct. Alright, and then you use animation and you also use animation. And then you just say animation.0, don't you? Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. This was way harder than it needed to be. Did I spell it wrong? No? Okay. So I did that. Okay, so we set the animation, then we set the animation in player. Animation.0 equals digit. Okay, can't borrow is mutable because you. Okay, so when we call set animation, we can now hopefully select each animation and then give them all names as we go. So if I hit 0, it should be the 0 animation. I hit 1, it should be the first animation, and then 2, the second animation. So the other trick is not to click accidentally. If I hit 0, 1. Well, it doesn't seem to be doing shit. Probably because I didn't put animation on the player, did I? Yeah, okay. So we need to insert this, and animation. Zero. Nope, not 9, 0. Animation 0. Okay. What happens when you only update the value? So it needs to exist in the first place. Okay, so, what the fuck are you doing now? Apparently nothing. It's still not doing anything. Why? Because it's not the player that has the animation. Fine. We'll make it not specific to the player, because the animation is definitely on it, and the player is the only one that gets an animation. See? All the others just say they don't have it. But you have it. Apparently not. Apparently, you don't fucking have it. Making shift one of the keys was not a good idea. Failed to find path. Parent root not obscene. But one of you should have fucking had it. Will print line. Okay, change animation. Now we should at least see if it's gonna fucking spit out a whole bunch of things saying that it changed it, and then we know where to look. Okay, so the animation apparently did change. You're just not updating that the animation was changed. Right. Well, the one thing then check is like, is there actually any animations? Like anything with an animation? Did you say? Yep, so you changed animation. Supposedly, you should be doing something else now. Alright, so that's working. Changed animation. So, player, animation player, animation. So I guess next is to go print line transition. So when I press 1, does it call transition? So it's never calling transition. Oh, yeah, okay, found it. Because we don't change its animations. We change its animation. And so it's looking for a change that doesn't exist. Anyway. Transition. So that's got to be idle. So, and I suspect they're going to be in order. Idle. Wheelchair. Wheelchair 0. Okay. So next is to go 2. So 0. 0 does nothing. 1 does nothing. So I'm very confused what the fuck 1 could be. So what do they call it? So move right, move left, forward, back. So 0 and 2 and then back. And then so 3. 2. 3. That's really interesting because that's 2. 1, 2, 3, 0, 0, 0, 0, 3. So 2 is wheelchair, 3 is walk, 4 oh wait, did you just get faster? Oh no, it's just resetting. So 1, 0 is nothing, 1 is nothing. Wheelchair, walk, run. Right, yep, 4. 5. Is 5 supposed to be jump, or like are your legs not supposed to be moving like that? Is 5 jump? I think 5 might be jump. Okay, I think 5 is jump. And 6 is fall. I think that's what they're supposed to be doing. Otherwise, it's kind of weird. 7. I don't know what 7's supposed to be. 7's a little weird. Okay, 0, 6, 0, 5. Okay, so 6 is fall. I don't know what 7 is. I don't know what 8 is. I don't know if I want to know what 9 is. 1. Okay, so it's not doing the transitions properly because I'm going from others. So like a kneel. Is that what 6 is supposed to be? No, 6 is definitely falling. So 7 is like kneeling. So 8 is sit. So 8 is sit. I don't know what 7 was. So you're 6. Well, this was like crouch. Because the thing is it could be that like if you do like 7 and something else, like 7. Okay, go with 1. 7 will kneel them down, and then see now they're crouch walking, crouch running. So like crouch, like stacks. Okay, so I gotta remember what it was. So go back to 0, please. Okay, 1. 1 is actual, like 1 is idle. 0 is nothing. Okay, thank you. So what are we saying? 8. 8 is sit. So 8 is sit, 9 is forward. Okay, weird. So this is sit, and this is sit. Arms forward. Now, admittedly, the animations probably are like in order of like. The thing is that they don't seem to be in this order because they're not in like a wheelchair move, which means that this is probably alphabetical or something. I don't know. Like a one called wheelchair sit. Okay, so it's hello weird people. So we go back to 1. Okay, so 9 was this 0. If I hit shift, up. Okay, we got shift and 0. So this is Maybe die? I don't know. The fuck is that animation? I think that's probably going to be called die. I reckon that's die. That's 10. So it's 11. Well. The fuck are you doing? I'm assuming this is wheelchair something. We're just going to call it wheelchair 1, because I don't know. Okay, we need to go back to here, and we're going to go shift it. And go, is this nod? Okay. A bit weird. Shift 3. Shake. Hit. Okay, nod and shake. Okay. So, shift 4. Is that just pointing? Is that what you're supposed to be doing? Shift 4. Okay, point. Okay. I don't know what's happening with the stream health. Fucking OBS has decided that it's going to die on me. Okay, shift 5. Okay, so that's point. Okay, so your point right hand, and your point left hand. Okay, okay. Never going to use these animations, but I got to track them all down. So shift 6. Okay, point both. The issue is I've got to check that it's actually point both. Is it? Okay. Because there's a chance that some of these animations are just that it doesn't blend back right. Okay, so it's shit. Shit 7. Is that supposed to be shooting? I don't know what they're fucking doing. No? Okay. Fucking... I don't know. 0. I don't know. 1. Okay, so we need 1. Maybe like shift 8. Oh, that's the one we just found. Shift 7. Okay, 1. So shift 9. Okay, I don't know, 3. What's that? No, 3. Or 2, I guess. Okay. So it's shift 9. So we want to go... Alright, we can just control alt 0. So that's attack left, I would guess. Is that what you're doing? I think? I don't know. Attack? The thing is, because I know what the animations are called, like, there's an attack melee left. Yeah, they are shooting. Okay. And I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah. So attack. Alright. And I'm guessing the next one's going to be attack left, but we'll check. So it was control alt 1. No, control alt 0. So control alt 1 is attack left. Okay, attack left. Okay. Okay, so control alt 2. It's kick right. And kick left. And I don't know what that's supposed to be. So here you got kick right, kick left. That's just, I don't know. 3. Okay, so it's just, I don't know, 4 and 5. No. I don't know 4, and I don't know 5. Okay, what number are we up to? So that was 26. Okay. Oh, don't go over there. Fuck you. Okay, control. Oh, so 26. So let's go back to 1. 27 is fucking, I don't know. Okay, so let's just go with 3 more I don't knows, because again, I'm never going to use these. 8, 7, 6. Okay, and then what are we up to? We're up to 29. So that means next is 30. Right? Because 29 is that one. Double check. Yep, okay. Then we want to go 30. Okay. Just making sure I'm hitting all 3 keys. Okay, so 30 is just another I don't know. 31 is, again, just... What does 33 give us? Nothing. Wait, are we looping? Or did I just not hit the key because it froze? Okay, so apparently there's 32 animations, which is weird. No. Keep doing the N again. Shift Alt. So there's like 3 more, wasn't there? So you'd be 10, 9, 10, and 11. Okay, so there we have it. Every animation we need. What that tells me is it probably doesn't use 0. Hence, 0 did nothing. 0 just froze like everything else. Because I think 0 also doesn't reset. Yeah, so it's 0 just freezes them in place, which tells me that 0 is probably just not used. Okay. So the final thing to do, I guess, is make them play the right fucking animation when they start to move, and then I'm going to move on to fucking gizmos because this animation shit is shitting me off. But I did say I'll go with the poll, so we're going to go animations. So when we move, grab animation from you as well. Okay, so here's the trick. We called it animations while we were using it, but we're going to go away with you and go with you instead. Right, and then this whole section here for testing, that can be commented out for now. I'm going to leave it because it might become full useful later, but we're going to say as view size. And then animation, your animation is going to be idle. Right. And then set animation, just don't use it anymore. Okay, so you are public. We go to main and we go, hey, animation. Animation. Yeah. Okay, so then we need to go. All right, so your animation. First off, I don't think the transition time needs to be nearly as high, but no. Okay. That pop else animation equals animation. So if okay. Position to do a distance squared. You check this every time, don't you? And I'm pretty sure I only set your path something, right? It's like down here, like I only add to the path, don't I? Yep, extend the path even. It is empty. To get that to shut up. Okay, so now they should walk when they're moving and then stop when they get to the end. Admittedly, I kind of want to maybe run you in a fixed update. None of them are moving now. I don't know how that broke it, but whatever. Is len less than 1? How the fuck is len less than 1 working, but is empty is not? Because the reason is that complaining is that is len less than 1 is literally the equivalent of is equal. Okay, good. So it's not just me. Right. It is empty. And then we're going to say somewhere up here. When we say random move, can we put you in fixed update? Right. And then we want to and then we want to also like I want this to run services fixed from I don't remember how to do fixed update. Fixed main. I don't remember how to set fixed time. Fixed. Okay. How do I set it though? Time. Fixed. From hertz. 1. There we go. So now, if all goes according to how I understand it to work, it will only update their random moves once per second, which will, in theory, that's of you being little shits, because you don't have animations yet. That's what I was fixing as well. That's as simple as going in here and going... I also worked out that you don't need this, so the player doesn't need to be like pretty high in there. Right. Nope, apparently it's still not working. I added root. Well, it's also spamming out transition. Without player. So I don't know why this isn't triggering. I think it's got to be move isn't triggering. Let's go to animation and go down and be like, hello, yes, stop printing this out. So I'm guessing that move entity isn't triggering. Well, no, this is... They should have all of the things they need. The only thing I could think is that they were not getting their animation, but then that... Unless I'm inserting the animation somewhere else, but I'm pretty sure I insert the animation when I load the graph. The animation is not on you. On one of your many, many children. God fucking damn it. One of these fuckers. That's what's going on. I'm moving the whole scene that is the character around. And obviously the animation isn't attached to that. So that'll start them moving again. Alright. Well, annoyingly, I'm just gonna actually take the really lazy approach, because this is starting to get on my nerves, of updating the animation to like grab the one from the parent. So it's going to be like pub load animation bubble. I guess it's called bubble animation, and it's going to go for we're going to go query animation. All right, and we're going to go query animation without animation player, right? And then player is going to be query mute animation with animation. Okay, we also need your children. Well, I guess technically we just need your entity, don't we? And then we say for root and then animation in animation. Okay, and then we say we need a query for children, which is a query for children. And then we should be able to say children.descendant. Iter descendants. This should return the iterator of entities over all of the entities descendants. Can only be called on a query of children. And traverses the hierarchy breadth and does not include the entity itself. Okay, cool. So we pass in root. And then we say for child in children. And then we say if let mute player equals players dot get child, except it needs to be okay. And then we say get and then we say player dot well, it's not player, it's dereference player, and they equal animation, also dereferenced. Okay, so that will propagate the animation to any children that have an animation, therefore making it work. Right, we also need to piece of shit because we only stick the animation on the mobilemost one, so we actually still need to include the animation on the parent, which is to specify animation. Right. And I think we also need it on the player. Technically the player wouldn't, oh no, because the player, yeah, it works. Anyway, that should do it because now that there's an actual idle animation to be propagated down and be updated. So they move. They're still stuck in idle, but they're no longer right, but I'm just probably not propagating the animation then. That or the animation is idle. So the way to check that would be to go, is it propagating? No, well, no, because I don't think I added the system. Bubble animation is needs to happen. Yes, post update. Just need to make sure that shit's happened. Run. All right. Hopefully this works. I can move on to something I actually want to be doing. Well, still not fucking working. Okay. Is it not updating the animation? Not. Probably not. Man, did I leave the code to propagate you? Okay. So first thing to check is the idle being propagated down? No, apparently not. So we're just going to get it to print out a sequence of all of the children that it propagated to. So that will tell us if it's finding anything. So it's propagating a lot. First off, why are my entity counts so goddamn high? So it is definitely propagating from 19 to 10,000 fucking 100 with version 31. Okay. So you're going from all of them to all of them. Okay, you're fucking propagating a lot. Now we do this and we go, did you actually find any children with an animation and an animation player? Yeah, apparently the answer is no. Oh, yeah, it is, because it's just printing out on the next line. Propping from to. Oh no, it's you that's supposed to be print. Then. Okay. Fine. I will print a new line character. You complain if I do, complain if I don't. Okay. Fine. The way to fix that is actually to do this. Print it onto a new line. So you are finding an animation controller. And you are setting its animation. Now, part of the issue is that you seem to be doing that every single frame, which might just be breaking the animation controller. Like, if target.0 equals pass.cell. Wait, propagating. It's running every. No, it's the propagation code that's running every frame. Bubble animation. Right. We need to wrap that and say change animation. There, it should only propagate once per update now, rather than looking every frame. Well, that's the player, isn't it? So first off, we want to make fixed update like way longer. Like you. Where's our fixed update? So the player's animation is happening every single frame. So only move once every 10 seconds, right? So it's like they get to their destination. So one thing, something's gone backwards in the fucking code in the sense that they were working and now they're not. which is really ironic. That doesn't make sense because it was working with once per second. Am I just not calling repeat? No, it's apparently something broke. What are the odds that you two actually picked somewhere close together? I guess anything like vaguely over here. Weird. Alright. So when I click, I didn't think that's where I clicked, but okay. Alright, first off, I want to make that transition a little bit quicker. So, that's again, pretty sure that's our main player that's spamming. Right, 100. 100 milliliters. So you take the transition. Okay, so I don't know how it went from working to not working when I didn't actually touch any of the animation code. Baffles me, you know? Why not these just moving? I sorry, don't understand why you went over there. Okay. So, why are you guys not fucking working? First off. You should only be triggering that. Right. We need to tell it to only update if it's not already updating. If it's not already walking. If animation equals animation idle. More like does not equal walk. And you're saying that you can't do compare because you don't have compare equal equal. And you're saying you can't compare it because it's a reference. Okay, so only if you're not already walking do you set the animation to walking. That should reduce the amount of just spam that's going on. See, what I don't get is why are you spamming? Because Vision 9's got to be the player. Yeah. We should probably just do the same thing here and say if you're not idle, set idle. See, the thing is we're not checking to see if we've just stopped or just started walking. I don't know why none of you were playing your fucking animation. Do you have to get to your destination and then you'll start doing it? And like the reason that the others all, I've seen it do it before is because they were already at their destination. This is where debugging tools would come in handy. And that's what we're about to start working on. Kinda wish there was a way to put fucking chapters in my videos and be like, hello, this is where the debug tool starts. So, I don't know where the fucking know where you're going. For some reason, only the fucking player. Oh, someone's pathfinding somewhere they're allowed to. Boop, 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 boop. It could also partially be because I'm getting them all to pathfind on the same turn. No, I'm not, because it waits 10 seconds and then pathfinds them. But like, also you're pathfinding to like the edge of cells. I didn't realize that. Ooh, actually that's interesting because that implies that the grid's only 99, but the cells are 100 by 100, so it's actually possible to pathfind. Like, it's slowly accruing an error as it gets closer and closer to the edge. It can't pathfind to the edge. Actually, no, it probably can. I've got that kind of backwards. Anyway. I don't know why they're not animated. They'd almost always certainly reach the end of their path and start again. So, I don't know. What is your issue? I get them to start walking, so that could be the issue. No, because the player also starts walking. I don't get it. What's the difference between the player and them? Like, literally nothing. So it doesn't really make sense. It could be, again, that they're updating too frequently and having their animation chopped up. Yeah, I don't know where you're off to, but okay. Can you get the fucking back over here? Look, you're walking now. My question is, do you stop walking at some point? It's like they don't start their animation for some reason. That where it's not all of them have. What's the bet that some of them have different animation numbers or some don't have animations at all? That could be it. Because I'm pretty sure every time I've seen them animated, it's been that. But no, I've seen that the player, every time the player is loaded, the player's always got animations. So what are the odds that I'm always rolling the same character with the player? Is player going to be bald man? Who's the player? This guy. Yeah, see, no animation, but the player has animation. So I don't fucking know why you don't have animation. Okay. But you've got animation. So that's even more confusing, because... Well, time to make some debug tools. Alrighty. Animation is checked off the list. It's not working properly, but doing something. So, pathfinding. Render path. Alright, so this is going to need to query. This is going to need a path. She's going to query for all transforms. All global transforms. We can probably just go with transforms. We still need it. Now we'll go with global. And path. Right, anything. So anything with a path, right? And we're going to need gizmos. Okay, gizmos. So we need to make you mutable for one thing. Now, to be honest, I want all of the data, and I want to do it all in one go. I don't want to. So we need target. And also current. No, last. What do I call it? Last cell? No, past cell? Past cell. Alright, I think that's the information that I want. And then we're going to go for position path next last in path. Right, so we're going to grab all that data. We're going to go gizmo.sphere at because the cells are absolute, I'm pretty sure I can just say target last dot cell dot no, just ISO something fucking stupid. Isometry from translation last cell dot as vectory. Right, so render that. The radius will be 0.2 and the color will be linear RGB. The previous one, I guess, can be green. So 0, 1, 0. The I think that's all I need for you. So that will render the next. Then we need to render the dot 0 dot next. Next is going to be yellow, which I think is red and green. Okay, and then the final one is going to be like 4 part in path. If path so if next dot 0 equals last dot cell, continue. Don't render if you fetch the end. If path dot is empty, dot 0 dot is empty, continue. Don't bother making some rendering. Okay, so let last equal pos dot translation to isometry. There we go. So our last is just the last position, as in the last is in the last segment that we did in the path, because the path is going to be drawn as a sequence of lines. And so we're going to go path dot 0 dot iter like so. So we're going to say gizmos dot line strip. Draw a line in 3D made of line segments between the points. So I guess we can just do that, can't we? We could say if it's not empty. But the bigger issue is that what the fuck? I'm holding the wrong key, aren't I? We're going to say if it's not empty. If last pos is isosphere. So we're going to say line strip, and then the color is green. Gizmo, no, color. Bevy color palette CSS green. Line strip, can we say gradient? So draws a line in 3D space of straight line segments between the points with the color gradient. This should be called for each. Okay, so okay, line strip. So and then we need to say path dot zero dot header dot map p dot as p dot as vec3, and voila, that should, in theory, I mean, you don't if you add the code to the game, but we're gonna say impl fn plugin app. Okay, mute app. Then we say app dot add system opco, and this is path render path. All right. I was gonna add something that checked to see if we were in state debug or something like that, but we can do that later if we need. We need to make pathfinding plugin public. Okay. So with that, apparently I've put an error somewhere. Right, you don't take two arguments, you take a tuple. Ooh. Not entirely sure why you go under the ground here, but if you must, if you must. So first off, something's rendering that red circle. F gizmo. You don't render the gizmo anymore. Okay, so in our pathfinding, we kind of want to include the current cell of the 2D camera rendering it as well, because as you can see at the moment, like it skips the cell, so you can know where they're going next, but it's not drawing from where they're currently targeting. And it also skips next, like it actually skips the next cell that they're doing. So we kind of want to go like line equals vec, and then pos dot to translation, right? And then also next we want next dot 0 dot 2. Yeah, right, because they're going to always be flat lines, aren't they? Well, if you're going to make it proper debugging code, you may as well make proper debugging code. Query. We need transform. We need the map as well, don't we? Cells. What the fuck's going on? Oh, I nicked your triangle. That's what I need. So we have cells. Our gizmos we need a wrap, which is going to be res ID. Okay, so to do that, first off, we need to fix this and say that you don't use last cell. So you say last last equals map dot get by ID last dot cell. Last equal cells dot get last. Just gonna have it not. It'll just continue if it hits an error, and I'm not even going to debug that it's doing that, because again, it's debug code, it doesn't need to write out that it's skipping stuff. I'll give you last. Okay, then we get your last. Then we go next, and next. So your would be from translation, and you'd be last dot translation plus vec3y, so that it's slightly higher up. And then we call this, and except you're going to call next dot 0. Then you call next. Okay, and then we say next dot translation plus vec3y. And then the line is going to go position to translation plus vec3y next dot 0 next dot translation plus vec3y. So the line will be drawn from the current position to the next, and then if line segment doesn't equal, and then you draw the gizmo. I guess it's then for segment in path.0.iter, we say line dot push segment dot as vec3 plus vec5, and then line dot gizmo is just going to be line. Alright, that should now render like a much more appealing looking line that should also be above the ground at all times. +1's probably a little bit rich considering these little things don't actually aren't quite that tall, but so there's at least 2 stacked on top of each other here, isn't there? Yep. Okay. So you go all the way out here, and then like here they split. And then you're going to stop there for a few seconds, and then off you go. Alright. There's a nice little debugging code that, like, lets us see the path that they're taking. I don't like the lines are blinking. The main reason I think that the lines might be blinking is that I'm checking something before I render it. Yeah, if next equals last, continue. So there's one frame where it doesn't render. So instead, we're just going to say, don't bother checking that. I guess I need to fuck that propping off when it states that it's propping. Because that was, again, as debug code. Not useful for debugging. It just clutters the console. Alright. See, now it's not blinking because it doesn't disappear for a frame. It's kind of interesting that you two aren't quite identical. The fuck is going on? Okay. Well. Up you go, wherever you're popping. Who's going this way? You. Okay. And then this is the player. So okay.
Well, I think I might have to call that a day. I don't know. Like, I want to add more. I want to do some more, just stream more. But like in my head, I don't see the obvious thing to do. We could add map editing. Just because someone's voted for that, and they're probably the only person here. But what would like? Trying to think, like, because to me, map editing, the only thing I'd really be able to add is like to be able to add roads, or like to be able to change the color,
and then add roads, sort of thing. Or like if I can tweak the color or just the value, we could make roads that are faster to traverse than not roads. Where the fuck do you think you're going? You're the player, aren't you? Okay. That must be untraversable, which is something I should probably add to my my sprite generator. So when we I think it's anything greater than 0.2 is intraversable. So terrain. If the value if height is greater, is less than negative 0.2 else. And then we need to say your R value is like, we want brown. The fuck kind of code we're looking for here? 102. Okay. 100. Well, it's not 150. We want it between. It's a fucking float, isn't it? No, 100. Okay. And then we need to do the same thing for G here. but G becomes 100. And if height is less than negative 0.2, let B equal 50, else 0. I'm gonna say actually if you're greater than 2.2, and if you're greater than 0.2, and if you're greater than 0.2, right? Then the blue is this. Okay, else this if height is less than then you are this, else you are 0. Actually, 255. Probably not 255, maybe 200. And then we want to do the same. If this else, I'm gonna go else if, right? From there to there. Okay, so we want to go if height is greater than 0.2, then you're 0. Well, it probably didn't need to set it for you then. Greater than 0.2, you're 0. Wow, maybe 25. I kind of want it to be like a grayish color. Less than. That's actually kind of good that it caught that. So if the height is greater, and then we say if the height is less than negative 0.2, and then we say B gets passed in here like this. So we then want to go to wherever the fuck we're spawning the map, add terrain mesh here, and we say if height is not absolute is greater than 0.2, then it's unpassable. That means that high mountains and low valley are unpassable. Low valley should appear blue because they are full of water. So, wait, is this all just untraversable? Right, okay. That was why I was having so much trouble before clicking. So this is all brown. This is pink for some reason. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So the brown makes sense. Brown, so that implies green must be lower terrain. Oh no, higher terrain. On our texture map here. Texture. So maybe we'll do like a biome generator. Sure. So we would need we need to edit a struct biome. This can have a priority. Apparently I can't spell, but anyway. So there's a priority which is going to be an IOP.
already. Okay, color, which is going to be a color, a move cost, which is an F32, a min height, which is an F32, a max height, which is an F32, a min humidity, F32, and a max humidity, which is an F32. I don't think humidity really makes the most sense. It should be like temperature, maybe. Okay, max temperature. Okay, so biome constructed. Okay. So no. You make the noise, you make the data. Okay. How do I do this again? I'm really just not remembering how to do this. So we generate a height map. So we're gonna like just go here and import biome. And then we're gonna go we should probably expand our terrain to contain more stuff. So it's gonna have a height map, which is a F32 by map volume. It's going to have a heat map, maybe an F32 by map volume. It's going to have a biome map, which is an F32 by map volume. And I think that might be it, because you use the biome to calculate the move cost. So then we say here, we go data, so this is a height map. I'm going to say this is height. Then you would be heat, which we don't want to get the same value, so we're just going to go... We generate the noise with a different seed, but I feel like just going like... It's going to make the height map, the heat map change much more slowly than the other. Wait, no, I don't want to square them all. Also, make that a 3, offset it by an order of 10. So the heat map is going to be like a skewed version of the height map. I'm just trying to do this as quick as I can, so I'm not talking and doing things simple. So the height map and the heat map are going to be the same seed, and therefore like one's going to be slightly skewed the other, because not only is it an order of magnitude smaller, so basically all the islands would be 10 times larger, and therefore like you should end up with big blobs of the same heat. It's also going to move faster in the x-axis than it does in the z-axis, so like in theory, if you scaled the map and squished it, you would actually see that it's the same, but that should result in like a lot of biome diversity without needing a second seed. The other option is just to increment the seed by 1 and generate the noise, like basically a completely separate noise map, but that can wait. Anyway, so we need to give you a height map, which is heat, and heat map. And then also biome map, which is going to be biomes. And then here we're going to say biome generate map,
which is going to take in a reference to an array of biomes, and then it's going to take in heat and height. And except I spelled biomes wrong. Okay, so you're gonna have a biome grass, which is gonna have a priority of I guess 0, and then a color of Bevy color palette green, basic green. It's gonna have a move cost of, say our base is 10, a min height of 0.2, a max height of 0.2. Say a min height of 0. We need to scale the height and heat map appropriately, which from what I understand is going to be to do wrap them like that. Then we're going to go plus 0.2 times so it can be plus or minus 0.2. So then we want to times it by fuck is 1 divided by 0.4, 2.25. That's why 2.25. But it could actually be that the values can be between. Okay. So we want to do that. We do the same thing with you. And then we also times by 2.25. And we want to take the absolute value. This is going to end up with some weird values, I'm sure, because technically speaking, it's possible it could draw a number that's less than 0.2, get a negative number, and then because it's getting absoluted, it's actually going to be bigger. So it's like certain biomes are going to be pretty weird, like on the edges sort of thing. Anyway, so we're going to give you green, round color. I guess dot into. Like so. So your minimum height's going to be, I guess, 0.1. Your maximum height's going to be, min will be 0.2, maximum will be 0.8. Oh wait, no, don't absolute. Dot clamp it. Clamp between 0 and 1. Okay, clamp it between 0 and 1. There we go. So we do that. We say height, heat. Yep. Heats and heights. And we can pass in the biome. We're going to need at least one more biome. I guess technically. We need water. This is going to be blue. It's going to have a priority of -1. Because you only want water if you can't be anything else. Yeah, you can even have a -10. Anyway, your minimum height is 0. Your maximum height is 1. Your move cost is infinite. Yeah, infinity. Okay. I guess actually it would be 0.5 is the maximum height that water can spawn. And then we'd make another one, and this would be mountain, and mountain's maximum height, minimum height would be 0.5, and maximum would be 1. And priority is also -1, and it's going to be brown. Okay, brown. Can I change this to CSS? Navy. There we go. Alright, so right, and it needs a minimum maximum. So the same here we get the minimum temperature is 0, maximum temperature is maximum temperature is 1. Same with you. And for some reason we'll be able to have really high mountain. In that I'm going to say that your grass can have minimum maximum temperature of anything. So then we just need to go down to biomes here, and we need to implement the function generate biome. So we're going to go fn generate map. What? Is it generate map? It is generate map. Okay, and then we're going to say that you take in a biomes, which is going to be a reference to an array of biome. You need a height, which is an array of, I think it's heat actually. Heat map, which is an array of F32s. A height map, which is also an array of F32s. And you return an array of, it's not biomes, because that would be wasteful. Biome map. Damn. See, we need a... I'm going to change this to being biome rule. And then we have a biome. Struct biome. Which is going to have a name, which is a cow. Stir. A no, biome. A move cost, which is an F32, and a color, which is an F32. Right, and then we come up here and we say these two are replaced with biome. Like so. Static string. Okay, and then you return an array of biome. rules. And I'm going to say that you take in a t, which is a const view size, and then this is going to be no, how do I do this? Const size. I don't remember how to do it. Const generic Rust. I've forgotten the fucking phrasing. Oh, it's const size usize. Const size usize like this. Okay. So first thing, let you. Okay. Map equals an array of biome name is cow borrowed void color black, and move cost is F32 infinity. Okay. You are also draw your clone copy. Just clone. Okay. Wait, why did I say that? No, your color is a color. Weirdo. And then we return. No. Right, because you need to be by. Can I do this? No, it's not. There is a way to do it. I can't fucking remember how to do it. Fine. You're just going to return a vector of biome rules. And you're going to be with W and a const H. Okay, and then map is equal to a vec with capacity W times H. And then you return map. Okay, and then you are just going to be a vector. You are instead a vector of biomes. Okay. So from there we say biome rule, and then next we need to specify biome. This is going to be a biome name is grass into move cost is 10 and color is is Bevy color palettes CSS green olive just trying to spice it up, you know. All right, then we're gonna dot into. Okay, Then we copy this, we paste it here, paste it here. We go, your name is water, is mountain. This is brown, and this is navy. Okay. Move cost is F32 infinity. Your move cost is F32 infinity. Okay. So next we pass in biomes. Right, you don't return a vector of biome rules, you return a vector of biomes. Okay. So we're going to say for h, h in 0 dot dot h, for w in 0 dot dot w. Right, there's our length and our width. So let's say let index equal h plus w plus h times w. Okay, that's our index. So we say let available options equals biomes dot iter dot collect into a vec. Okay. So then we go options dot drain removes the specific mode range. It's not retain. Okay, so maybe could I do that? Is it gonna work? I don't know if that works. So we say biomes dot iter dot retain b. So we need to say let heap equal heap map heap index, let height equal height map index. So retain, let out equal retain options biome rule. No, retain, not reduce. Dot. Okay. Okay, so biomes dot collect at neat options equals biomes dot iter collect into a vector, right? And then we say options dot retain. So based on the because the elements are visited exactly once in the original order, external state may be used to okay, so option. Okay, so if retain, and so this is returning a function that returns true, and we say option dot max height is less than or equal to height, and option dot min height is less than or equal to is greater than or equal to height. Wait, no, it's height. Okay, max height is greater than or equal to height. Min height is less than or equal to height, and option dot min temperature is less than or equal to heat, and option dot max temperature is greater than min temperature is less than or equal to max is greater than or equal to heat, right? And then we say options dot sort by A, B, A dot priority dot B dot priority. Okay, so that should then sort that, and then go through that, and then we go if let sum choice equals, so retain runs, that's it, there's no, okay, it's not an iterator. So then we say options dot first, and then we say map dot push choice else map dot push biome name is void into move cost is F32 infinity, and color is color black. Okay. We need to get rid of the difference. Well, actually, we can not dereference. We can instead just go dereference by clone. Okay. So except we want this to be you are not this, you are not that. Your cost is just train.biome map, and then your cost is just height.move cost. And this can just go. Color is just height.color. You don't use it, but anyway. Right. Here's height map. It's biome equal terrain dot biome map index, and then just biome color. Right, and then you just feed in height. You just borrow. Okay, color's never used. Doesn't matter. So we need to, when we generate our texture, we do this. We say height. Let's think of this. Instead, we're just gonna say let biome equal self.biome map index as usize. Okay, and then we go. Really should have committed like all this to GitHub before I go and fucking write the whole thing. But anyway, let r equal biome.color red. Up here somewhere. Yeah. So to linear. No, we want sRGB. Color dot red times 256 as U8. Oh, copy that, paste, red, your blue, no, your green, and then your blue. Okay, so next we want to go. You're inferring something, right? Map size. As users. As users. Right. Why are you having a problem with that? Do I have to like wrap you in parentheses to get you to work? The map size? The U size? And it equals. Well, it should just equal map size. As U size. And then so that you are U map size. U map size. Okay, that works. And then make mesh. And then height is self.height. Not height. Okay. So that for one should hopefully not just crash. We'll find out. Okay. So blue and brown. Well, because apparently the values are not between 0 and 1. Yeah, it's constantly failing to find a path because the only colors are blue and brown at the moment. I think I've got maybe the priority in the wrong order. It could possibly be it. A, B. I run that. Because it could be that it's comparing and prioritizing the lower numbers, and then that means that, yeah. see, it was prioritizing lower numbers, which resulted in how do I like fuck me. It was prioritizing the lower numbers, which was resulting in like it picking the water or the mountain because they were a better priority. I don't know how you're walking on the water. You shouldn't be able to do that. I suspect it's because well, either I'm getting the colors wrong, but it's more likely that the colors are just slightly offset from where the actual picture is. So you were probably walking on the sand on the beach. We should also just like add a light source maybe. When we spawn the camera in. It's gonna be blindingly bright. I know that much, but yeah, when we spawn the camera. Commands.spawn directional light. Default and transform from translation vec3 y times 100. So looking at vec3 0 with up being y. Vec3 y. Alright. I need you to be wrapped in a Jupyter. Okay, so that should work. To spawn a directional light pointing directly down just so that everything is lit. Okay, well, kind of worked. I don't know why you face planted into the ground. Can you walk under the water? You in fact can walk under the water. But you can't walk more than one cell under the water. But is it a color map thing? I don't know. That feels more like you could just somehow walk on the water. Well, no, because you can't walk on that water cell, so it does seem like it's an offset of the map somehow. Anyway, we're gonna keep marching on with it. I bet you I've got it. Can I just say it's unlit, maybe? So terrain down here when I add terrain mesh. You add the image. Somewhere in here. Unlit crew. Like so. Something spitting out a bunch of debug code still. Need to fix that soon. Hey, there you go. Now it's fucking orange. Lovely. Alright. Oh god, it's so bright now. I love it. Something was spitting out debug code, but I don't know what, so. Still have no idea why they're not working, but anyway. Alright, let's add some more terrain. I don't know why the fucking... it's because I made an olive, and I guess... Is that how that worked? Olive? I'm up here. Water. Yep, green. You see? Okay, green. So we need to pick some more terrain types. So what we need to do is kind of work out what's close to being water but not actually water. So it's going to be sand. We have a move cost of 10's our base. So sand is going to have a move cost of 15. So it's slower to move on sand. And then this is going to be called sand. It's going to be yellow. So what was it? Yellow. light yellow. Okay. And so the minimum height for sand is going to be at least 0.1. And it needs a priority of a priority of 0. So minimum height 1, maximum height 2. I'm going to say water's maximum is also going to be higher. Well, the point is that water should catch everything. Minimum temperature, maximum temperature. Okay. Let's go with grey. Make mountains grey. And we're going to add snow. Snow is going to have a move cost of infinity. Doesn't need to move cost of infinity, but this is mountain snow. So we're going to call it mountain snow. Mountain snow is going to be different to normal snow in that normal snow will be passable, but mountain snow is not. Like, mountain snow needs to be impassable so that if you click the top of a mountain, it doesn't try and pathfind to it, because it'll be unreachable because it's almost certainly going to be too high. So maximum temperature is going to be 0. So maximum temperature is going to be 0.5. Minimum temperature is going to be 0. And then your minimum height is going to be like 0.8. So that should have our mountains be grey with little white tips. That doesn't seem... I guess because what it is that I said like light yellow, and light yellow apparently is like actually quite white, and none of these mountains have anything high enough to actually be mountain to be snow, or it's all too hot or whatever. So in theory, I could make the maps even bigger. This is probably going to take forever to generate, but we'll see. Something propagated right when I closed the game. This is taking forever. Okay, but apparently it crashed. Stack overflow. Weird. 156. We'll make it much bigger, but not so much bigger. Thing is, the pathfinding can't go further out, so it's actually no, because you can still pathfind to check it. Oh, overflow in stack. But where? But why? Oh, but where? But why? Why are you overflowing? 256 times 256 times... I think there's 6 triangles. See, you're nowhere near your cap of fucking triangles, so what the fuck stack overflowed? What is overflowing? That's 100. So 100 works. I really don't know what's overflowing. There's no way that I picked a number that was just below the threshold. It's more likely that I'm doing something that is now becoming negative, like I'm subtracting 50 or something. Yeah. Because what are the odds that the number I picked is so perfectly close? So somewhere I'm like subtracting 50 or something, and it's overflowing now because it's becoming negative. Because it's not that the number's odd. Let's go with 101. What's annoying me is it's not telling me where the stack overflow is happening. It's just main stack overflow. Okay. So 101 worked. And maybe 102 will stop because 102 would be when when that dividing by 2 would become even, and then yep. Okay, so somewhere the number 50 present. No. Search the whole document for the number 50. Okay, done. That's generating a path between, so they shouldn't affect anything because that's not actually related at all. So I don't know where the fucking overflow is happening. X plus half map. Because they're all the same. It's map size divided by 2, which means like it should all propagate through. 100. Oh yeah, check the document for 100. Somewhere I feel like I'm hard coding the value. Raycast. Nope, that's all unrelated to that. What the fuck? What the? Like, there's no way I picked a number that was that perfectly close to overflowing the stack. So it's got to be that something somewhere is using 50 or a value of something to fucking overflow when I move away from that value. Image. Nope. Width, height, 0 dot dot. U multiplied by map size. X plus half plus Z plus half times map size. Alright, well, I don't fucking know. Kind of feel like sand is gonna snow is gonna need like a higher maximum temperature. If I wouldn't know, I'd have to test to see. Well, one thing to do is also multiply the height map by a lot more. So when we calculate your height, we are calculating it correctly. Can I run this? Like, the height map does vary in height. We just kind of like want to really exacerbate the height map difference. So probably when we're generating the mesh, make mesh. UV push X. Actually, I don't think I want this. This might be what's causing that. Not the overflow, but like the reason that the map doesn't quite line up with the texture. exacerbate the difference in height. There we go. So what that's telling me is that it's not really getting tall enough to do mountains. I don't know where the little people are. I thought you guys were supposed to use the terrain height. I guess I mustn't be offsetting the cells because it's using the cells height, isn't it? When we spawn, make texture, add texture mesh. When I spawn you, add terrain mesh. When I spawn you, your height is height times 10. Alright. I don't know what you're up to. Do I just like not get the right value for that? Like in our debugging our path finding. My guess is I'm just dumping it in. Yeah, okay. We don't want to push the line segment. We want to say do next, but next is not next.0, it's segment. You get next, and then you push next.translation. Alright, that should fix the debug line so it actually renders a meter above the ground, not a meter above where the cell's ID is. Okay, it needs to be a different color, but that's cool. Yellow. Should probably red, because red is unlikely to be a color I'm going to use for a piece of terrain. Oh, that's very slow. Right. I think I might have to call it a day because I'm just drawing a blank on what I'm supposed to do to fix this. Actually, it's worse than that. I'm drawing a blank on what I've even broken. Need to add like trees. Another thing is to make water. First of all, it should be its own mesh because you can see the water changes height, but water should be flat once it gets to a certain height. Like below a certain height, you just clamp it to 0. Anyway, I think I'm going to call that for the stream. So, appreciate everyone for tuning in. I guess I'll make a Git repo for all the stuff, and you can like check it out. And I'll probably stream again next weekend. I might work on this during the week. I'm not sure. I kind of want to do all this stuff on stream just because like if people are following along.
it's better than me going like I did this and like I may have changed something without them knowing. But I might come up with like brainstorm some ideas, maybe like test some stuff without adding anything. Like trying to work out why these guys aren't animated is very confusing. Can I get my character to walk here, please? I actually can't tell if they're off the ground or not. I think they're not on the ground, that's for sure. It needs to be flatly shaded. Like I'm pretty sure if I take away the terrain. When I spawn it in, I specify somewhere that it's unlit. If I take that away, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to see the contouring much better. But not really. It's just dark now. Because I don't have normals. Right. We'd have to add normals to the mesh to get it to visible in the lighting. Which wouldn't be too hard, but then again, unnecessary. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here, and I'll try and track down that that overflow if I can. I really have no idea what's causing it. The same as I don't know what's printing this string of fucking variables that only appears right as like you close the window. But yeah, so next weekend I will stream again, and hopefully you can all tune in, and we'll make some more progress on like adding maybe like things to interact with. Click on might make like a map editor or something so I can dynamically change things. But we'll come to that next weekend, I guess.